Hello, chat. Puppy. Miley. She's there. She's dogging around. Exciting news, everybody. I'm getting a haircut tomorrow. It's confirmed. Holy crap. I'll look like a normal human again. I think it's pretty disputed. But, thanks, buddy. Deadmans, those Sphinx riddles, huh? What am I gonna do with the cut hair? I don't know. Do you want it for a ritual? Do you want it? What? Why do you ask? I'm gonna stuff a doll of myself with it. Then I'm gonna wrap the doll really tight with tape and see if the voodoo makes me skinnier. I understand, Deadmans. It's okay. I am strongly, 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 strongly fighting the urge today to throw this piece in the trash and work on something else. I'm not going to, but the feeling is there. I'm just acknowledging the feeling, letting it move past. But, oh boy. Oh boy, is it there. Yeah, that Sphinx is Manic Pixie Riddle Girl, you know? Jeez. I was like, okay. Somebody wanted to give Ramona Flowers wings and make it ask me questions. It's a take. It's a take. The peacock wings on it are actually super cool. It's a cool design. Sphinx design's really cool. At least it was original, you know? It's a cool take. It kind of reminded me, I don't know if they did this after or before the Guillermo del Toro Pinocchio came out, but it reminded me of the like Spirit of Death in that movie a lot. Very similar vibe. Yeah, Capcom are next level designers. Looks like there's some dry blood on this. Hand-carved puppets, you say? Oh, this guy. The fish guy. Yeah. I don't follow this person, but I've seen their fish. Oh, that's cool. That's really cool. Shut up and chat. You should check that out. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh. I didn't post on Instagram that I'm streaming. Whoops. Cool. I did it. Yeah, you could try it, Deadmans. I don't know if it'll help, but you can try it. We can do an experiment. Be cool. I guess I should too, even though I'm locked out of my main account. Yeah, those cats are great. I'd watch a movie based on that. 100%. 100%. Oh my god, we might even do the most boring thing of all today. We may render a chain. Goodness. Listen. I'll listen to that one again, okay? A big fan of that song. And I was posting on my socials the whole time, so I didn't get to listen to it, okay? Give me a break. Give me a break. Sometimes around the 5 hour mark, my eyes will start to twitch, and I'll get like visual glitches and stuff, and I have to step away. Sometimes I have to moisturize them. But yeah. Shut up if you're around. I'm not sure if it's this weekend or it might be like Friday. I haven't decided yet. I want to go visit my friend's tattoo shop in Warren because they just moved their location. And probably going to go to the dog park and stuff. If you're around, I'll be down your way. Shout out to 1001 Troubles Tattoos in Warren, Rhode Island. Owned by my friends Fred and Michelle. They do amazing work. They just bought an old pizza joint that's been there forever and moved their tattoo shop into the area that used to be the pizza shop. and they've got like 8 times the space. So I was going to donate some of my extra art prints I have nowhere to hang, because I think they have like an embarrassing amount of empty room. It's okay, I'll show you. It's not far. Dog park is over. Well, there's 2 actually. You're next to 2. There's one over by the baseball fields in Riverside. And there's one in Warren. Oh, if you're sending me a link, I can't see it. Send it to me on Instagram. What's up, Almathea? Oh, you know, we got some snakes. We got some snicks. We're painting some bloody spikes. We got a skeleton pope on the back burner. If we get bored, we might hop over, paint some skeleton pope. You know, he's got some little ghouly boys that have a very like like energy to him, you know? Yeah. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Mia, I was just telling Shut Up I'm coming your way sometime later this week, if you're around. Yeah. That's them. I want to go check out 1001 Troubles because I haven't seen it yet. I gotta figure out what day I have enough time to get down there. Shut Up is our good friend Radiante Mozzarella. Absolutely. Hey, listen. It's your alt account, okay? It's your pen name. When you don't want to be hounded by your fans, you take on the moniker of Shut Up. All right. Oh, also, Mia, we should now that it's getting nice out, I don't think Radiante's seen the Risty beach. Risty has a really great beach. I'm also going to go to the nature lab at Risty. I don't know if you've ever been, Mia, but if you want to come with me, let me know because it's by appointment. The nature lab looks fucking crazy. I should honestly tell Casey we're going too. It's like right up her alley. Sneaky sneak. There's a new aquarium too in Newport I haven't been to. I think you showed me, Mia. I kind of want to check that out too, that Save the Bay aquarium. So many things to do. The Illustration Museum is probably open again too now that it's spring. Radiante can get us into the beach, Mia. She's part of our Ocean's 11 crew to take advantage of that beautiful beach. I bet Casey would actually, maybe she's been. I gotta reach out and ask. Casey would love the nature lab. It's like all skulls and cool like taxidermy animals and stuff. I wonder, I bet it's open. It's either open now or it's gonna open like Memorial Day weekend. Illustration museums usually spring, summer, fall. Unless they're closed for like a non-seasonal reason I'm not aware of. There's a lot of things I want to do down in Providence, actually, now that I think about it. I want to go to that new aquarium in Newport. I want to go to the Illustration Museum. I want to go to the Risty Beach. I want to go to the Risty Nature Lab. I want to get some good Indian food. I haven't had good Indian food in like a year. Yeah. So supposedly, my buddy Adam in Providence, who's a illustrator, a game designer, supposedly I mentioned this on to you guys before, but supposedly he's gonna revive life drawing at AS220, and we're gonna be able to like bring stuff. So like thinking I'm just gonna bring a ton of costumes and do like costumed figure shit. AS220 was cool because you can like have a beer, live draw at this cool little restaurant type thing in Providence. But supposedly that's also gonna be a thing this summer. If that's happening, I'll probably come every week. Yeah. The Indian food in Providence is so good. We don't have any over here, so I'm totally down. Yeah, we're gonna try to make it happen. Adam's already doing the bulk of the work. That'd be nice, though. It'd be a good excuse to get all the Hasbro artists, some of the Massachusetts crowd, and the Providence crowd all together on a semi-regular basis. So right now, the only time I see everybody in one spot is when I force people to come to my house for cookouts. Oh my god, please tell me they made you food. Oh my god, I'm so jealous. I would love to try home-cooked Indian food. Force. Hey, it's a drive. I live out in the middle of nowhere. It's kind of forceful. Not the most convenient place to get to. I try to make it worth people's while with lots of cooking. We still don't know if it is an arsonist. We just know there's been a lot of houses burning down. There was a forest fire the other day in the area that they put out, but I don't think there's been any more house fires that I'm aware of. So who knows? I personally think it was an arsonist because 3 house fires in the same like 2-mile area in like a month is wild. It's a little too much. It might be. It's the Flame Magus. It's Lord Sizzleby. later, Mia. Love ya. Should be a pretty good summer. I've got like a ton of shit I want to do with art and also out in the real world. Swimming in the ocean. My brother's arcade is opening in July. That's going to be cool. I think my family's restaurant is opening. I think, but we'll see. I don't know. Yeah. Ugh. Oh, chat. No matter how awake I am, I'm still kind of asleep. Any notable games? There's a lot of classics. There's like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles arcade cabinet from the 90s, Street Fighter Alpha and 2, I think. Marvel vs. Capcom, Mortal Kombat. I think original Gauntlet and Gauntlet Legends. I think Haunted Castle, which is Castlevania. What else? There's Super Ghouls and Ghosts. I know my brother put that on that list special because that's his favorite when we were kids. There's some pinball machines, but I don't think there's any like super famous pinball machines. I think there's like 10 pinball machines maybe. But they're none of the crazy ones. Darkstalkers. I asked for Darkstalkers because that's my favorite fighting game. Yeah. I'd love to get like Shadow over Mystara, but I don't know if you can even get that cabinet. You could probably build one with a ROM. Like you could probably construct one illegally, but then there's a lot of 80s, like there's Centipede, Galaga, Joust, all that shit. They do have Golden Axe. Golden Axe is there. Obviously, there's like Tetris and shit. Mia speaks a little bit of French. She went to a meeting though, so she's not here. The only French I know is poulet au gratin. Chicken with cheese. It's not true. I also know cassoulet and beef bourguignon. Oh, you're right. I actually know a lot of French. Croissant, croissant, baguette. You're right. I'm actually fluent in French. My bad. Roulade. Wow, this song's so creepy. What am I, in a haunted house? Jeez. Nothing scarier than detuned little kid music with giggles and laughs. I sure hope a ghost doesn't scare me. I sure hope a witch isn't creeping around in the woods going... I had a dream last night. It's a real dream I had, chat. I had a dream last night that the trailer for Nosferatu came out today, and it was really good. That was the dream. That was the whole dream. I watched it and I went, oh, it looks awesome! That was it. That was the dream. Hey, Arson. What's going on? Or Arson. Oh boy, my allergies, dude. Wow. Spooky. So fucking spooky, dude. We had to go back to the homemade pasta shop and get some of that focaccia. Holy shit, that focaccia's good. Nothing wrong with the Starbucks croissant. Yeah, I might need to get some allergy meds. Do I have some up here? Oh. Whoop. I have Sudafed. Let's try Sudafed. Let's see how we do. Ugh. Gotta drink extra coffee now to counteract the Sudafed. Oh, hello. Hello, little one. What's up? What's going on? Did you come to say hi to the world? Oh. Yeah? Yeah? Did you come to say hello? You bored? YouTube's being slow today, so I'm sorry if the stream is choppy, guys. What should your journal sketch be today? I mean, whatever you're excited about. What's inspired you recently? Or what just feels cool? Salome. Not answering a census text. Get out of here, census. Elden Ring was your first FromSoft game. Damn. You picked a crazy game to start with. How'd you like it? That's wild. Oh. Interesting. I see what this thing's doing. Fucking allergies, dude. Oh. goo goo do 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 goo goo. Okay. Wow. Amazing. Let's see. That is a good reference. You didn't get torrent. Whoa. That's hard to fuck up. Damn, that must have been a slow fucking game. Walking everywhere. Dark Souls 3 is great. The DLC is beautiful. The Ring City is very, very, just visually, it's great. Beautiful art in the Ring City. It's crazy that arpeggiated synthesizers have been a thing for like 50 years. And Stranger Things came in and were like, no. Everyone's just going to think of our show now. We're just going to drink that milkshake. That belongs to us. What do you guys think? Do you think in the season finale of Stranger Things, Elle's gonna be like, how do I live a normal life? How do I move past, who could believe a girl like me could ever go back to having a normal experience after all the shit we've been through? And then David Harbour's gonna hug her, and he's gonna be like, hey, stranger things have happened. You think it's gonna happen? You think you're gonna do it? You think you're gonna be able to resist? No one said the line stranger things have happened in the last season, did they? Yeah, no, I'm talking about saying the line. Do you think there's going to be an emotional scene at the very end where a character looks at another character with a knowing smile and says, stranger things have happened? Do you think it's going to happen? Will it happen? It is an abuse of power, but that hasn't stopped other screenwriters. The other theory, because they based number one on Vecna from D&D, Vecna has a vampire sidekick. And Eddie, in the last season, was killed by weird bat creatures. Weird psychic bats. Do you think Eddie's gonna come back as like a weird Fright Night homage to like Evil Ed? Where they think Eddie's savable, but it turns out Eddie's a vampire working for Vecna? I think they might, because Eddie was such a popular one-off character. I could see it happening. Where like, kind of what they did with Billy, where like somewhere inside he doesn't want to be a bad guy, but he's like, he can't help it kind of thing. They did not kill Vecna, no. Vecna is alive. I would not be surprised if Eddie came back as a weird vampire. Wouldn't be surprised at all. Oh. Oh, jeez. I don't know if Strahd was Vecna's vampire sidekick or not. Strahd was Ravenloft, which I think is separate. I think Ravenloft is its own thing. But Vecna did have a vampire assistant. Maybe it was Strahd. I don't think it was, but maybe it was. They're gonna bring Eddie back as Lord Soth, Knight of the Black Rose, with his 3 undead wives, who do nothing but yell at him about what a failure he is. My favorite Forgotten Realms character. I'd love to interview the Duffer Brothers and be like, so you did the Mind Flayer, you did Vecna, you did the Demogorgon. I noticed You didn't do Lord Soth, Knight of the Black Rose. You guys not down with Death Knights? What is it about Lord Soth you guys hate so much? Why do you hate your fan base? Why do you hate me?
I invite you now to peer into our city's future as we explore Miami Beach today.
Is David in any trouble with offering his Patreon fan art posters for sale and imprint? I don't think so. Fan art used to be a stigma, but it's not really anymore because I think companies, for the most part, Nintendo can be a bit litigious, but I don't think Dave's run into any issues with Nintendo either. For the most part, companies realized around 10 years ago, somewhere between 10 and 5 years ago, companies realized that the fan community making money off their stuff was actually increasing sales because it got more eyes on the game. So, like, I don't think that, even though it's technically illegal, they don't pursue it because it's like a net benefit. The only thing that they really go after anymore, typically, if you're selling like certain kinds of merchandise, or if you're doing a fan remake of a game that they plan on doing something with, or even if they're not planning on doing something with it, just the way patents work in the United States, if you don't defend your patent, you can lose it. So, like, when they were making AM2R or whatever it was, another Metroid 2 remake, Nintendo had to shut that down. Like, everybody was mad at them for shutting it down, but, like, they had to. Because if you don't defend your IP in the United States, you can theoretically lose your right to it. So, like, it's kind of a bummer, but it's just how it works here. If you don't maintain your patents and defend them in court, the fact that you didn't defend them can be used against you later if somebody tries to steal it. They could say that you allowed it to go into the public domain by not shutting it down, and then you can get fucked over. But that's typically only like for like. So it's like if it's a video game, you can't let people make video games. If somebody started making Skull and Shark comics, we'd probably have to tell them to cease and desist. Because it could potentially lead to us losing our rights to that IP if we don't defend them. That's not true. Lawsuits against AI companies are happening right now. The biggest one was the biggest current one happening was an ad campaign that was generated by AI that I believe used some art from like Pepsi or Coca-Cola or something. Something like that happened, and there's a boycott happening in the States against using AI because there's no protection against copyrighted works from the algorithm getting repurposed. So there are a few lawsuits happening, and yeah. Generative AI is new enough that it hasn't made its way to the Supreme Court, but it will in the coming months or years. But yeah, there are studios suing them. That is true. I don't know if video game studios specifically are suing generative AI. I'm not sure. I haven't looked into every case, but I know that some ad agencies are being sued, and then they're suing the AI as a result downstream. There's also, while it's working its way through court, there's been massive fan boycotts of AI. Wizards of the Coast dealt with a big one. Yeah. While it's working its way through the legal system, the court of public opinion is very much against AI. So a lot of people are leaning away from it because it's reducing sales. It's funny because it's decreasing costs of production, but it's also reducing sales because when people find out that people use it, they don't want to buy the product. It's like a vote with your wallet type thing. So it's like a net negative essentially. Even though it saves the money on the front end, it reduces money on the back end. Yeah, if anybody's work gets scooped up and isn't meaningfully transformed, what's typically happening with AI now is people are using it for ideation, and then they do paintings based off that. So they'll have the AI generate a bunch of concepts, and then they'll choose the coolest one they think out of the group, and then they'll do a painting separate from the AI based on that. A lot of people are using it to just to generate ideas, and then having their art teams do stuff with those ideas. They're not actually using the images the AI makes, they're just using them as like a jumping off point. But I know people personally that are, friends of mine that do that for corporate stuff. Nothing made by the AI goes into their final products, but they use it as a way to the client wants them to generate 50 things, and we'll see which one looks the closest to what we have in mind, and then we'll have you do a painting based on that. Oh, I can't speak for what AI is going to do in China. China doesn't care about protecting copyright from Western stuff typically. That's a whole political thing. Defending a copyright that's been violated in another country is virtually impossible. unless it's in England or like France or something. Anything in the Middle East or China or Russia, if someone violates your copyright, you're just kind of fucked. You can stop the import of it into America or certain countries sometimes, but there's no way to do anything about most of those cases. Even if you could defend that, the cost of suing somebody internationally is like, you wouldn't even make your money back. You just kind of have to take the loss and roll with it. I mean, the fastest way for AI to get banned in China is if people start generating political stuff with it. The same thing with Russia. If people start generating like funny pictures of Putin or offensive pictures of Putin, it's going to get banned. So with more authoritarian governments, they're not going to want the populace to have access to tools that can make a propaganda that effective. Whether it's fake video, fake voices, fake art, fake ads, like that's something they're probably going to crack down on because it's going to be an effective like information war weapon they don't want people to use. That's my guess of the direction it's going to go in certain parts of the world. But I'm going to try and find a reference for this real quick. Give me a minute. Oh, there's a good reference. Hell yeah. I don't want to paint this and then realize I fucked it up later and have to repaint it. I'd rather take a few minutes and find a proper reference. Oh. Alright, this might be good enough. Yeah, I think it is. If I zoom in. Oh, there's actually a dope reference on multiple fronts. Hell yeah, dude. That's a great reference. Oh, sick. Nice. Nice. That's a huge fucking relief. Okay. Thanks, Andre. Yeah, I'm trying to make it look like a bas relief. That's the whole idea. I want it to look like it's kind of carved into stone somewhere in the universe of the game. I've been really into that. I'm all going off this kind of style we did for the first few pieces. I want it to look very like vignetted, carved. I like the shallow detail rendering. Kind of like on the door of a metal door of a church. You know, something you'd see like the gates of hell, the gates of heaven. Like a bas relief in like Italy. Very like, you know, molded rendering. But yeah. Alright. Let's do this. I'm glad you like it, Arson. It's been a fun style to kind of discover on these pieces. I've got one more big painting I have to do that's definitely in this style. Well, two more if you include personal work, but... Let's see. We're gonna go for a corner because I hate myself and I don't want anything to be easy ever. So we're gonna fold this over and have the blade coming out of it. The other big piece I gotta finish that's in this style is this one. Oops. Yeah, there we go. This one. This old bugaboo. Yeah. Yeah. Here he is. Here's our boy. Donnie Cote. There we go. There he is, folks. Wow, you know? We'll get there someday. All the lace. We'll get there someday, guys, you know? It'll be done when I'm dead. Be done when I'm dead, you know? Someday when I'm dead. Shout out to JC Linedecker, who I referenced all of the everything. I think this hand is like a rip straight from JC Linedecker. But, you know, there you go. We'll get there someday. Fucking kill me. Kill me. Anyway. You know, sometimes paintings take a while. Oh yeah, I've been painting with a Linedecker style for a couple of years. This whole piece is very Linedecker, like how I rendered the fucking lizard leg and shit. Linedecker is the easiest way for me to paint because he paints like he's drawing. It's just all very like, you can see the brush strokes, you can see he's basically like chiseling the piece out with paint. He's not going for like smooth gradients and stuff. It's all very heavy stroke. I prefer drawing. That's a comfort zone issue for sure that I should work on, but as a result of enjoying drawing more, it makes me finish, well, I don't know if it makes me finish work faster. I'm pretty fucking slow, but it's definitely my preferred method of painting for now. These are essentially parallel. All right. You're a drawing guy turned sculpting guy. That's cool. That's got to be awesome. The only sculpting I've done is making little maquettes for personal pieces so I can set up lighting on them. Never done anything serious. Sculpture is such a cool art form though. That's awesome. You doing 3D sculpture or 2D sculpture? It's a good sample. All right. That's awesome. I've always wanted to try ZBrush. I'd love to design stuff like Takea, 3D characters and things. Yo, Artie. Yeah, that might be cool. I'd be down to learn ZBrush sometime. When I'm done with all this client shit, then I can do some, you know, recreational art. Might be fun to learn that. Takayuki Takea, my favorite sculptor. I don't want 3D figures to draw, I want them for lighting. Learning lighting feels like it would be incredibly easier with a 3D model in a program that has some kind of dynamic changeable light source. That feels... I would love to know how to do that. Like, I've seen some of the stuff Sam Carr's been doing with his IP, and I feel like, especially for comics, like setting up poses and lighting, like you could probably fly through learning how to do comics if you had access to that skill set. That's what it feels like. Could be wrong, but... Would also help me with pieces like this because there's 3D renders of most of these game assets available for purchase online. You could just pose them and then just, you know, basically do a study. It would get rid of a lot of the uncertainty and the shit you have to make up when you can't find good reference. I'm actually referencing an STL of this figure right now. Because it was the only thing I could find that was rotatable. I've still got that Zoomer Breaking Bad stuck in my head. A beta's balls explodes after a 3-hour goon session. You think that of me? No, no, clearly you don't know who you're dealing with. I'll have to check those out. I'm guessing the iPad 2 is outmoded by now. I have an iPad 2. It's probably 5 years old that I never opened. It's in the box still. I'm assuming it's not usable anymore because of how fast Apple updates their shit. But maybe. Remembered. I wanted to look for something on eBay. Ugh. Ugh, that pain. Ooh. Ugh. Let me check off Google. Dude, if you ever want to buy a collectible, just get it when it comes out. Don't wait. I don't want to buy it from someone who stole his work. I want the fucking original. Jeez. Jeez. That's pretty cool. I don't think I'm going to be able to get this print. I think I missed my opportunity. Oh well, back to work. Oof. Are there any available? The answer is going to be no. That sucks. That sucks. I gotta stop looking for it and just get back to work. I just gotta give up. Ugh. Alright, back to work. If anyone sees one and you want to let me know, I'll pay you a bounty if I end up buying it. I'm looking for Killian Eng's Shadow of the Colossus Japanese print. I didn't get it when it came out like a fucking moron. And now it's like $2,000. There's like no viewership today. What's going on? Maybe it's because the stream was laggy. Yeah, that feels much better in 3/4. It's a lovely day today here at the lake. Beautiful day. 65 and sunny. I'm tempted to stop working and go to the dog park. It's so nice out, but I'm not going to. Hopefully my creature didn't hear me say that word. Maybe in like an hour and a half or something. Maybe. Maybe at the 4-hour mark. And then I'll come back and do another 4 hours. Maybe. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see how I'm feeling in an hour and a half. Arson, you got a question in chat. Well, now I gotta go look at your work. Whoa, Arson, what? I've seen your stuff. I've seen your stuff before. Yeah. Oh man, we gotta talk sometime. For sure. I'd love for you to show me how the fuck to do this. Wow, man, your stuff is sick. Yeah, very Takea. Extremely Takea. Wow. Damn, dude. I think you made the right call switching from drawing to 3D. Your 3D stuff is wild. Wild. Sorry, I'm just staring at this. Just blown away. Damn, dude. That's awesome. Dude, you're fucking crushing it. What are you? I'm very curious. I'm not gonna ask you publicly. I've got a bunch of questions about commissioning you to do stuff now. Switching styles is always crazy. I hear you. What out of curiosity, what does it cost to 3D print one of your statues? Like, what would that cost if I had access to a 3D printer? No, I mean, like, assuming I had the model, I'll happily pay you for the model. Like, I don't want your stuff for free. You deserve money for your work. But like, what would it cost in like material to print something like that? Like, how long would it take and what would it cost? I've never printed something like that before. But thank you for the offer. Beautiful man. I gotta find you on Instagram. Oh, I'm already following you. I knew I'd seen your stuff before. I knew I saw your stuff before. Yeah, I already have you on Instagram. Yeah. Your lady. I saw your lady sculpture and I was like, I knew I had you on here. That's super cool, dude. I'm glad you're busy. That's really great that you got work and stuff. Looks like you're having a fantastic career from the quality of your work. That's so cool. I should well, I don't know. You're probably drowning in work. I think my friend at Hasbro, who's like a lead statue designer, he's like a toy guy. He's been there for a long time. He's like their lead guy. He did all the G.I. Joe stuff with Dave when Dave did like his Serpentor and Dr. Mindbender. He's always looking for people to do stuff. If you ever want to work on like a Hasbro IP, let me know. You might already know each other. I'm sure he's seen your work at the very least. If not, he'll be very happy when I send it to him. But he would love your shit. He would love it. Dude, yeah, of course. Your stuff's stunning. I'm surprised you even like know who I am. I've been following your stuff for a while. I didn't realize it was the same Arson from the old streams. I don't know if you had a different handle back then or if I just assumed you were a different person. But yeah, I've been following your work for a while. I wonder how much CPU it would take. I mean, I just built this computer and maxed it out. I wonder how hard it is to stream 3D rendering. I wonder if that would just... I think my computer can handle it. It's a brand new Mac Studio with like 200 gigs of RAM. Like, it's... pretty sure we could do it. That'd be a fun stream. Get you on Discord. Stream me learning 3D very badly from somebody who's like a master at it. That'd be great. We do need a Discord, that's true. But now I have you on Instagram, so when I do make a Discord called Warren's Little Wigglies, we'll get you on there. That's super fucking cool though, dude. I'm sure you're busy. I'll stop bombarding you with questions. I don't think I see people live stream 3D modeling often. Maybe I'm just not looking for it. I feel like that's not something I see a lot of. But I feel like it would be the funnest thing to watch. I feel like it would be way funner than watching painting. That's awesome, dude. Yeah, we'll connect. We'll do a stream. I'll see if I can grab ZBrush on this computer and we'll do a stream. That'd be great. How would you say the transition was from drawing to 3D? How long did it take you to get like fluent in the program? I'm gonna guess you were comfortable within 6 months, and you felt like you were doing it okay within a year. It's my guess, but I'm very curious. I remember the 2016 ZBrush, the hype. I remember everybody saying it was like the easiest one to pick up. No. I just sent you a secret message that I don't want to say publicly because it's a surprise. But yeah, we'll do something. For sure, we'll do something. We'll try them all. Secret conversations. That's great. That's so funny. I've been following your stuff for a long time. I'm excited to see what you do next, man. That's great. Oh, yeah. Can you talk about any video games you've worked on? Or no? Your style reminds me of a few cool things. Path of Exile. That makes sense. That makes sense. The art in the new Path of Exile looks fucking incredible. Your stuff reminds me a lot of the 3D modeling going on in Black Myth Wukong. They have that kind of organic take on like Buddhist religious shit. Really, really cool. Yeah, I hope you can too, man. I'm excited to see what you did for it. I mean, yeah, probably. I really hope Black Myth Wukong has a photo mode. I really hope it has a photo mode. Zhou Dynasty Bronze? Hey, look. Ooh. Oh, yeah. This is dope. This is really cool. Dude, I'm so proud of you, man. That's so awesome. You switched to 3D and you're like crushing it, dude. No, dude. You can hop on Discord and we can talk if you want. I mean, you can come on. I'd be happy to talk to you. You're not taking over the stream at all. I'm fucking rendering little details all day. I love having a cool thing to talk about. Let's see if I can find you. Shoot me your Discord name on Instagram and I'll add you. That way you don't have to put it in chat. And then I'll bring you on. If you want to. And we can chit chat about 3D. Much better. Putting a corner on that and making it not flat was the right call. Even though it took longer. Alright, let's see. Alright, I'm gonna add you. Sent, buddy. Yeah, let me go, let me use the restroom real quick before we hop on. Puppy. I love you. What a dog. What a dog you are. I see you. All right. Hello.
Hey, hello. Can
Oh
you hear
my,
me?
I can hear you.
Oh, sweet.
Oh
Nice to
my
meet you again.
goodness, nice to meet you. Chat, let me know if the volume's okay. Dude,
Oh, yeah.
what
Dream, yeah.
what's going on, man?
Yeah, I'm doing well. I'm doing well. It's finally finally I'm talking to you like for more than 10 years of
Dude,
just listening. Yeah, it's
you could have reached out any
really-
time, man. I would have been happy to talk. What's going on?
oh, I'm just shy. Yeah, I'm doing cool. I'm doing
Why
well.
why are you shocked? Why are you shocked?
I'm shy. I mean, I'm shy. Just I
Aw,
don't know.
dude.
Don't talk to many people.
Humble is good, but don't be shy. You've got beautiful work. You seem like a very nice
Thank you.
person. Don't be afraid to reach out and share it with people.
Mm-hmm.
Where are you at in the world?
Yeah, well, I'm in Kyrgyzstan. It's like in Central Asia. It's a tiny post-Soviet country.
Oh, cool. Are there a lot of I'm trying to think. I really want to go to that part of the world to look at like religious icons and like old churches and shit. Is there any of that around there?
Yeah, in I think in Uzbekistan there is a lot of it. It's kind of a lot of
Uzbekistan.
that, yeah, quintessential Central Asian stuff.
Cool.
If you've seen maybe what's the game called? Guild Wars Path of Fire, I think, expansion.
Yes, I'm
I
familiar.
Yeah, Theo Prince's concept.
Yeah, Theo. Do you
Yeah,
want to
yeah. So,
do you want to say who you are and where
hmm?
people can find your work so anyone listening to this
Oh
can
yeah,
find you?
yeah. That's I forgot.
No, you're
So my
good.
name is Arsen Asarankulov. I am concept artist, I guess, sculptor, 3D sculptor. So let me link my work in chat.
Oh, actually, let me mod you so you can share a link. Add as moderator, managing moderator, save. There you go. Yeah, you should be able to post links now.
Okay. So that's my work. I deleted ArtStation, so yeah, I linked it.
I'm opening on stream, so anyone watching on demand. Let me see if I can drag anything into Photoshop. Ba, 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 ba.
It's my first time talking in front of people.
Really?
Scary.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
drag
yeah,
this.
I did one podcast.
I took a screenshot.
Yeah,
Anyone listening on demand, here's the profile. You've probably seen Arsen's work before. I know I have, but I didn't realize it was Arsen in chat. But yeah. Hell yeah, dude.
yeah.
How do you only have
Yeah,
15k
I did one
followers?
podcast.
What?
I don't post often.
Oh, okay, same with me.
Yeah. There's a lot of that. There's like the whole game to Instagram, like reposting old stuff. I just keep it as
True.
portfolio.
You also probably have a lot of NDA shit too that can't be shown for long
Oh
periods.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
quite a bit.
How long were you working on
Yeah,
Path of
I've been
Exile too?
well, yeah, I did Path of Exile since 2019, I think,
Damn, dude.
till 2022.
Me and Dave have been so hyped on Path of Exile 2. The switch in art direction to the more like Middle Eastern-y kind of vibe looks really, really cool.
Oh yeah. It's my friend Chander Lieve. I can post his work.
Yeah, do it.
He worked as a art director before he left.
If at any point it sounds like
Uh,
I'm stepping on your words, it's just because there's a slight Discord delay. It's neither of us. It's just Discord sometimes the way it picks up the mics.
okay.
I'm not intending to interrupt you, so I apologize.
Oh, it's okay. I'm also. So that's his work, and then he's an environment artist, and then he's incredible. Like when he studies any culture, he goes really deep and
That's
understands like all the intricacies of that. It's really
that's
cool.
rad. That's super rad.
Yeah. Yep. So I did the Path of Exile, did some creatures. At first I did skins for
Okay.
costumes. Yeah, and then I started working a bit closer with people, and then we got on the call with him, and then we did like a lot of work together, and then I did creatures for like I don't remember which act was it in the game.
Sure.
So I
Is-
did that, and then did some environment elements as well.
Your stuff, I was saying earlier, your stuff reminds me a lot of the stuff I saw for Black Myth Wukong, which I guess you're calling it organic rendering. Is that the name of the style?
I guess people call it just like organic sculpting. There's a lot of that stuff in Asia. A lot of Japanese artists do that.
Sure.
But in the West, it's usually kind of associated with Warframe mostly because they also have this same kind of inspirations from Takeya and Nirasawa and all those Kamen Rider guys.
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, every time I see that stuff, I just think of Takeya, and I'm like, I love Takeya. Like
Yeah,
Takeya's my. I have a few Takeya statues, and they're always like anytime. His art book's great too. There's an art book with all the drawings of the statues before he sculpts them.
Mm-hmm.
That art
The
book's
symmetrical ones, right?
yeah, that art book's great.
Yeah, me too. I just I watched it religiously. His stuff. There's also an artist named Yasushi Nirasawa, and then Keita Amemiya. They're like all of them are great.
Do you know who did the Vampire Hunter D statues, like the crazy one of him on the horse and stuff?
I don't know which one's on the horse, but I know the one he's kind of like jumping from the wall, like from the wave. Have you
Yeah.
seen that one?
Yep.
Yeah, I think that's Takeya, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Takeya did a few. One of my favorite anime adaptations from him is you ever see Iria?
Yes.
His
Zerum,
his
Iria,
Zerum sculpture is so fucking cool. It's so
Yeah,
cool.
those are insane. Yeah.
Yeah. I love Takeya's
And-
shit.
Yeah, he's incredible. Have you seen his like Ghibli museum works? I think he did all
No.
the statues there.
What? Hold on, I gotta Google this right
Yeah,
now.
yeah,
I
yeah,
gotta
I
see
saw-
this.
I saw the photos of him like having a clay gun or like glue gun. on
Dude.
What's it called? The first
What?
Ghibli anime. I'm spacing.
What? This Nausicaa thing, dude.
Yeah, Nausicaa.
Are you fucking? How big are these?
I think they're gigantic.
Holy shit, dude. I did not
Yeah,
know
have you-
these existed.
Yeah, have you seen Nausicaa costumes? They're like made of wool and they have like all the stitching there. It looks incredible.
Wow, dude. I gotta go to this museum someday. I really gotta go.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, I really want to go too. I've never been anywhere.
Jeez, these are crazy.
Yeah,
This,
I think he.
this is
Are
so
those
fucking
creatures
crazy.
that did?
Holy shit, that's crazy. Damn,
Yeah.
dude. Well, anyway.
Are these ones from Nausicaa as well? I link you in Discord.
Sure.
These guys, remember the ones that brought the apocalypse, like kind of
Oh yeah, the big
allegory for the nukes.
yeah, the like giant things that everything references. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's Takea too.
Damn, dude. His bio stuff
Yeah.
is so cool.
Yeah. He also did Cloud Bike in Advent Children, and he did Bahamut.
Oh, that
song
makes
in
sense.
Advent Children as well.
Yeah, that makes sense. That
Yeah.
Bahamut looks very Takea. That makes sense. Oh my
He's-
god. That's so
He's
cool.
a god.
Has he done? He must have. He has to have done Berserk, right?
Oh, I don't know.
Like, has he
Which
done like
statue?
the has he done like the God Hand or something? Like his style is so perfect for Berserk. He must have
Yeah,
done,
it's really.
or like at least like Femto or something. Like I feel like he must have.
Yeah, Femto looks very, very Berserk.
But
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
man.
actually interesting. Like where the Eastern and Western cultures touch is
Mm.
like what's that movie? Hellraiser. I
Oh,
think there's a
yeah.
lot of inspirations in
Tons.
Berserk from the Hellraiser, and then also I think there's like a Giger's work inspired that
Mm-hmm.
whole crew with Takeas, and then I think they kind of took that bony organic language of Giger
Mm-hmm.
because he would stylize like tubes with bones and then like wrap it
Yep.
around the anatomy, and then those guys did the same, but with their own language. I think I saw Takea's. I'm still like learning Japanese. I have his book, and then there's a photo of little Takea with a corpse of a bird, and then he just kind of plays with it.
I think Decay has done some like alien stuff, hasn't he? Like some actual like Ridley Scott aliens. I think he's done a few.
Yeah, I saw the statue that
Yeah.
looked like with like very elongated head.
Berserk absolutely took from Hellraiser. Miura is very open about that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. But man, that's cool. So what's you mentioned you're trying to switch styles. What's the inspiration behind that? What are you trying to do?
It's just it's almost like if you I don't know if you take art as a metaphor, Takea was there to like kind of pull me by the hand, and then
Sure.
I'm like, okay, I got a little bit of my footing, and then like I gotta explore,
Sure.
what's in my subconscious, because it's a little bit of a like I was afraid that I'm going like a bit formulaic and then giving its fullest with client work, with collaborative work, with design work. Is really nice, but then when you explore kind of your own subconscious and stuff, I think
Definitely.
maybe something different would work. Yeah.
What stuff have you been looking at that's been inspiring you lately? Anything jumping out or
Yeah, I did. I'm looking at a lot of modern sculpture, and yeah, I need to go through my Pinterest
Sure.
to link some of this stuff. Yeah, it's usually like a lot of gallery art that looks a bit. It's kind of weird. Like gallery art's usually like super pretentious or super goofy.
Yeah. Sometimes, yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So if I would link some of that type of stuff.
When you say modern sculpture, are you talking like brutalism post World War II modern, or are you talking like contemporary like
Contemporary, I guess. Yeah,
Yeah.
not brutalism.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, like that type of stuff.
I'll pull this in so people see what we're talking about. That's cool.
Yeah, I can link it in chat as well.
Yeah.
So I'm still exploring. I don't know where I'm gonna land. That's why I kind of I took Steven Zapata's drawing from imagination course because it's a little kind of easier where you're not surrounded by the buttons to kind of connect with your
For sure.
true self, and then just kind of sit there in front of sketchbook. And then his course is so focused on like tackling form.
Shout out to you, Steve
That's-
Zapata.
He's like, you know, there are people along your path that kind of like strike you right in the heart, you know, like okay, like they have the words that you need to hear,
Mm-hmm.
and that's definitely been you, Dave, and Steven Zapata. There's like
I think I've talked
you
to
guys
Steve
help me
before.
so much.
Well, that's
Yeah,
awesome,
he's
dude. I'm glad we were able to help you in any kind of way. Your stuff's definitely inspired me. I absolutely I'll show you later if you remind me when we get off of here. I have a piece that I haven't finished yet that I was absolutely ripping off your stuff for. I was
Oh,
like,
sweet.
I was referencing one of your statues so hard for this costume design. It was the statue you did of the kid with his arms out and like the T pose with like
Oh yeah.
that cool like cloak with like the kind of what would I call it? Like kind of like Mobius like designs on it.
Oh yeah, the centerpiece.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was
yeah,
like
I ripped off Art Nouveau with that one.
I mean, we're all ripping off. Everything's a remix, you know? That's the
Yep.
mentality. But no, yeah, your stuff's great, dude. I would love to I think that would be a funny stream. I know nothing about ZBrush, so that'd be very funny for people to watch, I think. Just you knowing everything
Yeah, I'd
you're
be
doing.
happy to show you.
That'd be
Yeah.
great. We'll have to schedule that sometime. That'd be very funny.
Mhm.
What's the best way to learn? Is it to just to noodle around, or to do like a study and reference something, or like what helped you the most?
Um, well, at the time, I think I had a lot of technical issues because 3D code requires a beefy computer.
Yes.
And then you're kind of like working with a low res thing, and then you need to like scroll down the menu and then like make the resolution smaller, and was a bit cumbersome.
Sure.
And then ZBrush, you just kind of open it, and then there's a Dynamesh button, and then you just sculpt, and then when you feel like you stretched your polygons, you just mask over the background, and then
If I remember
continue
correctly,
sculpting.
was ZBrush the one that starts with an orb and then you push and pull things out of it?
Yep.
Okay, yeah.
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 Well, there's tons of ways of working in ZBrush. There's like, you can actually work as a 3D code, kind of similar. 3D code is like a voxels, but in ZBrush there's like a dynamic tessellation. It's basically when you stretch a polygon, it turns into triangles, and then when you drag it, instead of like stretching the polygons, it like adds more triangles. It's called like Sculptris Pro. It sounds very technical, but you just like press one button, does it automatically, and then you can, you know, like drag around your canvas and then get
That's
like
cool.
a model.
Have you-
Yeah. Or you can go like in VR and then do all of your work in VR and then bring it in ZBrush and then detail it.
VR sounds fucking crazy. Sculpting in VR.
Yeah.
That sounds super fun.
Yeah. Yeah, I would have done more of it, but I get like headaches from it.
I just assumed I couldn't use it because of my glasses. I don't know if VR sets can go over glasses comfortably now.
I think you can add like a lens
Cool.
over VR lenses, and then you know it
Damn.
can work for you.
What kind of 2D artists are you looking at for inspiration and stuff?
Okay, let me see. Let me open my Instagram. I like a lot of stylized stuff. Like, I don't know if first one comes. Like, I recently looked at Saskia Gutekun.
Oh, Saskia, yeah. I did a workshop with Saskia over in Bali. She's great.
Oh, awesome. Yeah,
Yeah.
her drawings, like there's a lot of animators that inspired me just and her work is, she's not an animator, but it has those vibes, you know, like
Yeah.
when they draw with like no opacity and then just
Yep.
make a perfect knee or
It-
a perfect hand, you know?
Her characters feel very alive. She has like the personality she puts in her face is like she's really good at capturing emotion.
yeah. I definitely copied a lot of her
Yeah,
drawings just
she's
to
she's great.
improve. Yeah, with 2D artists, well, I mean, all the classic ones that don't need to be mentioned, like Mobius,
Yeah,
Terada
yeah. The
in the
Parthenon.
movie.
Oh God, Terada's like the origin of everything in my career. Terada,
Yes.
like his Nintendo Power illustrations were like, when I was a kid, I was like, whatever that is, I want to do that. Like, so fucking cool. I love what his style is called. What, like Rakuga or something?
Oh, I don't know. Is there a name for the style?
Yeah, there's fuck. I want to say it's I'm probably going to butcher this, chat. I'm sorry. He has a book called Rakuga King, and I think I looked it up a while ago, and I think it's like a practice of like automatic drawing. It's sort of like what Kim Jong Gi did,
Mm.
where like you just go from head to page and you just like
Mhm.
design. But like I think it's called Rakuga. But yeah, his stuff, man, Terada, so good.
Yeah. I love his. Have you seen his design for Kunimitsu in Tekken?
No, I have not.
For Tekken Tag 2, I think he did a Kunimitsu design. It looks so amazing.
I gotta look that up real quick.
Yeah.
He did video game art for something on the PlayStation Store that came out a couple years ago, and I was like, who hired Terada? Like that's so awesome.
Cool. Yeah, I wish I had those inspirations as a kid, but I didn't have like any consoles, and then I didn't have internet. Like in Kyrgyzstan, we had internet inside of the country,
Yeah.
and then if you go like on the website like .com or .net that's outside of the country, you are charged per megabyte, and 1 megabyte was like
Okay.
a couple of cents, you know.
Yeah.
So it was tough. So I played like WoW on pirate servers my whole life, you know, until like
Mm-hmm.
2011, I think, and then I went to China, and the internet there was like closed off, so it
Oh
was tough.
yeah. His Kunimitsu design is sick.
Mm-hmm.
There's an awesome book. I don't know if you have it. I'll send it to you. It's how much is it on Amazon? Is it even available on Amazon? I think I got this on eBay for under $100. This book is really great. It's just like all the characters he designed for some game,
Mm-hmm.
and it's a tall format book. Here, I'll send it to you.
Yeah, I'm looking in the chat like some artists that inspire me. It's tough to name all of them. Like,
For sure.
uh, yeah, I used to remember a lot of names when I would save them all on my computer, and then have a folder with the name of the
Mm-hmm.
artist. But now it's now it's all like bookmarks.
I
Oh,
hear
I'll
you.
check it out.
Yeah, that book's sick. You might be able to find a PDF of it. A lot of his stuff
Mm-hmm.
has PDFs available. But yeah, that's cool. Terada's a great guy to look at. I always want like games are advanced enough now and 3D engines are advanced enough that you could make a game that looks like Terada's art with shaders. Like you could make it look like pencil art kind of. And I've
Mm.
always
Yeah,
wanted
yeah.
somebody to do that. I've always wanted somebody to try and make a game that looks like that. I would love that.
Yeah. It would be incredible. I think with the cell shaded stuff,
Hmm.
I think Guilty Gear is very successful.
Yeah, for sure.
I think they like develop shader, and I think Borderlands as well.
Hmm.
But I think more often than not, they kind of use it as a cop out. You know, like
Yeah, a lot of people
let us
use it
do
as a
cell
crutch.
shaded.
Yeah, it's stylistic.
Yeah,
Yeah, the
yeah,
game's
it's
not. The game's
stylistic. You
yeah.
don't have to do
The game's not unfinished. It's stylized. Get it right. Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Very, very, very familiar with that.
Mm-hmm.
That's cool.
Yeah, I guess which other 2D artists? I linked all of them in chat. They're
Oh,
all like
cool.
from Japan or Korea. I have a Twitter just to have my
Oh
feed filled
yeah.
up with Japanese artists.
I found an artist last night who fucking blew my mind. I put her in my story. Fucking incredible stuff. Let me see. What are you looking at? Oh yeah, this stuff's really
Art.
cool. This stuff's dope.
Yeah. It's tough to find them. They're just kind of like appear
Yeah.
in your feed. And
Dude, there are so many amazing artists out there that I'm never even gonna see. It's awesome that there's so much stuff. Like,
Mhm.
I haven't seen any of these you just linked, and they're all really good. Yeah, this
Yeah,
is great.
yeah, a lot of good stuff. I think Qing Yi is also incredible.
Mm.
Qing Yi, let me
It's gonna be
send
cool
it.
to see you switch from what you're doing to that and see like what elements of what you're doing with the organic stuff carries over and shit. Like
Yeah.
when you land on a style that feels like your voice, it's gonna be pretty awesome, I think, based on like
Mm.
the different things you're looking at.
Yeah, yeah. I tried to go into stylized stuff,
Mm.
um, but I think it felt a little forced. I had like spent a year in that, like doing, redoing. I thought
Mm.
like, okay, let me just, like do a painting of it, and then I would, roughly sculpt it, and then I would buy like oil paints and like stretch the canvas, and then
Oh
start doing it. I'm like,
yeah.
okay, well, there's a reason why I switched from like
Uh-huh.
2D and drawing because my major is oil painting. So I'm like, well, there's a reason why I don't do it. So, I
That's
got
so
back to
funny.
3D and
You
yeah,
you started with oil painting. That's crazy.
yeah. Well, I started out, you know, um, I got a grant to study in China, and then the first year you do your language, and then after 1 year of learning Chinese, you go on to bachelor's, and then first 2 years I studied architecture. I
Damn.
was so depressed, it was insane. And then,
What kind of architecture?
uh, I mean, it's just what's it called? It was very engineering focused architecture. You still do like plans and stuff, but
Sure.
it definitely like I left on the second year, but on the third year they, along with designs, they also do like the concrete chemistry or whatever, So
I
uh,
I dated an architect for a while, and she would always tell me about the classes she was taking where they studied like the effects of there's like science on like the effects of your surroundings for people's mood and productivity, and like she was obsessed with this idea of the portal is what they called it, where like the transition of being in an outside space to an inside space can be
oh
jarring,
yeah,
and it was all about
yeah.
transitioning the portal. So it was like she would design these beautiful places with like lots of vegetation and stuff and light outside, and then in the entryway there would be like very very designed intentional vegetation, so it felt like you were bringing the outside in with you, kind of.
Hmm.
It was very cool, like stuff I'd never even consider. That was just like the amount of thought that went into it was just mind-blowing to me. The
Yeah,
architecture is
yeah,
really
it's
cool.
really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I actually like very sensitive to that stuff
Mm.
with like transition of inner space to outer space, and then
Yeah.
in Kyrgyzstan there's just like plain, Soviet architecture, so it's just like inside outside. But then when I was in China, you have that sense of like being protected by the interior space,
Mm.
but you're still outside, and then I would just like in China, I would just like rollerblade, and then I'd be like in the closed space
Oh, that's
under like
great.
a ceiling, and then it would be like 11 p.m. and then the cicadas would be chirping or whatever, and
Mm.
it was very peaceful. And then you feel protected, but you're still outside. It's really interesting.
I can't remember if it's this year or next year. We're gonna get the super cicada thing, where like the every 20 years, like the mega cicada thing happens.
Oh wow!
It's either this year or next year. The crazy one. But
Is it on the East Coast?
yeah, it might be. For
Mm-hmm.
all I know, it could be worldwide. I don't know if it's just America. I have no clue. I just know it's gonna happen here for sure. But
Mm-hmm.
yeah, the I'm assuming you said it was like Soviet stuff. I'm assuming it's kind of brutalist, like square concrete, functional, very.
Uh, yeah, yeah. Well, we have like regular building. Well, all the brutalist, cool-looking stuff. It's
Mm,
usually like theaters or like
mm,
sports stadiums, and those are really nice when you look at them.
sure,
But yeah, the living spaces, they are like very economical, so we don't really.
gotcha.
There's not a lot. And then in Western Europe, let's say like in Eastern Germany, they modernized those, and in Finland as well.
Sure.
But in our countries, they just like splattered with advertisements and pretty ugly stuff here. But it's okay.
I was blown away the first time I went to Europe because obviously I live in the East Coast of America. The oldest thing here is like 400 years old, and like there's barely any surviving structures from 400 years ago. There's like one or two, and like most stuff that's here was built around like 1850 or more recently. So like when I went to London and Paris, like I rented a car. I had Dave with me the first time I went. Me and Dave rented a car, and we told the guy, we were like, take us to all of the antique churches, monasteries, all the oldest shit with any kind of royal or religious significance in the countryside. And we spent like 10 days driving up and down the countryside, looking at old abbeys, churches, tombs of like bishops and like cardinal, just like really cool shit. Like some of the abbeys had like tombs underneath where people were buried with like, sometimes if they were martyred, they'd have like a statue over their grave of like the guy holding his head, and like just shit that's older than anything in our entire country. Stuff from like, 1400 and stuff, like, yeah. So that blew my mind, because I'm like, I don't know, I love that stuff, and we have none of it here.
Yeah, we don't have
Yeah.
anything here as well, because like like all the ancestors are nomadic people.
Yeah.
So we have some of the architecture, like Islamic architecture from the Silk Road days. And then we have like one tower like 60 kilometers away from here, and then that's about it.
Where's
Like
the
not much.
where's the Silk Road stuff? Like what kind of Islamic architecture is hanging around? That's cool.
It's in the on the south of our country. There's like some Islamic, but all of that architecture that would be interesting to you, again, it will be in Uzbekistan. I can actually link
Uzbekistan.
you.
My favorite thing, one of my favorite things studying art history was during the Crusades, when like Muslims would take over a church and they'd redo everything with their like very vine floral pattern and stuff. And then the Christians would take over the mosque and turn it back into a cathedral and add a bunch of icons. And then the Muslims would take it over again. And it's like there's these layers of design that end up stacking on top of each other and making this really cool, unique thing, because people kept conquering and reconquering.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah, well, Central Asia is definitely interesting place for that type of stuff. Well, like you just like straight up Google like Uzbekistan architecture, and I sent you the link. You can see like those
oh yeah, let me take a look.
turquoise mosaic stuff in the desert. It's really nice with all that geometric subdivision, and you can see Guild Wars probably. Check the references.
I love the tiling.
Yeah, it's really cool. And then I wish well, Afghanistan is pretty close, but it's not the safest place to go.
Yeah,
but,
I wouldn't necessarily go there as an American right now.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. And then in Afghanistan, well, they kind of they bomb a lot of the Buddhist stuff, unfortunately. So there's not a lot of like cultural heritage from Buddhist.
I did not realize how much beautiful tile work was in Uzbekistan. Jesus, this stuff's incredible.
They are really good. Yeah. And then in Afghanistan, there's Greco-Buddhist art. Have you seen that one?
I've seen a little bit, but send me it anyway, just in case. Dude, the subway station in Tashkent.
Mm-hmm.
The big round like dome subway station. Holy shit, that's cool.
I haven't seen it.
I'm gonna pull that into Photoshop so people see what I'm talking about. What a cool thing, with like the peacock feather designs going up to the top. That's a subway station? That's awesome.
It's probably Soviet then, because we also have some of architecture where they blend. Oh yeah, that's definitely Soviet. Yeah.
That's so cool.
Yeah, they would study the traditional motifs and then kind of blend it in to the modern architecture. It's really neat.
That's rad.
So that's Greco-Buddhist art. You have like you know, both cannons blending in.
Whoa! I've never seen this.
Insane.
What? There's like a lion like throwing up like flowers at the top and making like a flower crown, and then there's like, dude, that is. It looks like someone took a frosting piping bag and piped that hair. It looks like I could reach out and it would just squish. Wow, I've never seen
Yeah,
this.
it's I guess the cannons are mixed, so the hair looks very like Western Greek
Yeah, oh yeah,
line, and
very
then,
Greek.
yeah, and then the face is like Eastern canon. It's pretty
That's
insane.
so funny. I love when cultures have that artistic clash and they just take the best of
Mhm.
both. Such cool
Yeah,
results.
yeah. Speaking of your travel to UK, I also wanted to go there and do pretty similar thing.
Sure.
I wanted to look at Alfred Gilbert. Do you know that sculptor?
I'd have to see the sculptures. I don't know the
Okay,
name,
okay, let me. Yeah, yeah.
but I might have seen the work.
Alfred Gilbert. Yeah, I gotta show it to the chat because it looks like Final Fantasy art.
Whoa, you have my attention now.
Yeah.
Yeah, now I want to see. Drop a link in the
Okay.
chat.
Oh, in the chat.
Yeah, we'll take a look. We'll let everybody
I
click on
can just like send a Google search.
it. Sure.
Oh, it's too long. Wait, oh,
Or you can send it to me. You can post the Google search in my thing.
yeah, I cannot put the. It's too long for the chat.
That's
So
okay.
there's like a Saint George statue. I think the one that
I wonder if it's
sent
one of the
is-
ones I saw. Let me see.
You probably saw it.
Yes, this one. He has a piece that I referenced to do a painting of like a Dark Knight, and it's maybe it isn't by him actually.
There's also George Frampton. He also did, I think.
There's one of a knight with a sword, and he looks kind of like this knight.
Yeah.
The sword is like a lion's mouth with the blade coming out of it, and he's standing kind of like It looks very like Yoshitaka Amano-y.
Yeah. I think I have it saved on my computer. Okay, let me.
Whoa.
He's also like in contrapposto with
Yep. I'm gonna show this one because this is crazy. This like bench design he did or whatever. What is it? It's like a. Wow, this is cool. Is it a virgin technically? It's like a woman with a cloth crown. It's almost Muka-y with like a man in front of her with like the arms
Oh
out.
yeah, I think it's a Virgin Mary.
Well, on the Google search, I thought it was a pipe organ, but it's there's gates on either
Yeah,
side of
definitely
it.
looks like. Mm-hmm.
That's
Yeah, I think
really really
this
cool.
one is outside. He has one sculpture on some square, public square, I think. You
So
probably
is
saw it. It's like an angel on the ball, and then only his foot touches the.
Oh
floaty.
man, this is really cool. Really really cool stuff. Alfred
Yeah.
Gilbert.
Yeah, it's a new sculpture movement of Great Britain. So during the Victorian era, they kind of revolutionized the way they sell sculptures because they would make them very small. Basically,
Mm,
the way we buy statues now, they sold their sculptures back then. It
that's
was
really
pretty
cool.
New idea.
I've seen this one. I've seen the angel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's really cool.
So people in the chat will check it out.
Let me see if I can find
Let me find that
this
knight.
one. Yeah, if I can find the knight I'm thinking of, you'll probably know the one I'm talking about. It's like life size. It's a big boy.
Because it's from the era where I was saving everything, so I might find it on the computer.
Is it called the New Sculpture Movement? Is that what you said?
Yeah, new sculpture movement. Yeah.
All right, let me take a look. Knight statue, New Sculpture Movement. Let's take a look. Dang. Just saving a million references while I browse here.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
This is
I
just.
think they're the same time around the pre-Raphaelite movement.
Mm.
So
Yeah, it looks like it. It looks like they'd be close to the pre-Raphaelites.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
J.W.
All the
Waterhouse
colors.
and all that good shit.
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh.
All that English romanticism.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Where they illustrated all the myths and stuff. It's so cool.
Is this the era where they started doing sculptures of like naked people with cloth on them and like showing all the folds and shit?
I don't. I'm not really sure.
Those sculptures just feel like showing off, where it's like the lady with the veil and it's like perfectly draped, but it's carved out of like marble.
Oh yeah, yeah. I know what you mean. Yeah, I'm not sure on all the era of those. I sent you on on Discord. I think it's that night that you're talking
Let's
about.
take a look. It is this night. You found it. This guy, yeah, I have like 50 photos of this saved on my hard drive. His sword is so cool. He looks like an Amano character. He looks great.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So who's the sculptor that did that? Is that Frampt?
If I'm not mistaken, that's George Frampton, but I also might be wrong because I googled George Frampton. I cannot find this precise sculpture, so it might
George
not be him.
Frampton sculpture. Wow. Some really cool
Yeah, he's
stuff.
also good. Yeah.
Hot damn.
Yeah, they also use like polychromatic sculpture, they call it, like where they combine different materials and stuff to get all the colors.
I love referencing this stuff because no one's gonna sue you. It's all public domain, baby.
Yeah. Yeah.
Public domain, baby.
Hell
That's
yeah.
really funny. So anyway, I could do
Yeah,
this. I could do this with you all day. I could Google references with you all day. Maybe we
Yeah,
will.
it's
Maybe we'll make that a stream.
fun.
Me and you just
That could
geek out on references. Be
that
great.
would be good.
Build up Chat's
a good
visual
time.
library. Yeah.
Yeah.
My God. Do you have a favorite
Yeah, one of
statue
the-
that you like own? Do you have a favorite figure?
Okay, so well, I don't really have any figures. I have my figure, the gigantic statue,
Hmm.
and then the one that I would love to have is Yoshimitsu by Takayuki
Oh,
Takeya.
yeah, I know that one. Yeah, that's
That
great.
stands on Buddha's head.
hmm
Yeah,
Yeah, that
it's
one's
also from
sick.
Tekken Tag 2, I think.
Do you follow the statues that Square Enix puts out?
Oh no, no.
The
Let me see.
they put out a sculpture of Terra from Final Fantasy VI on the Amano Magitech armor, and it's
Wow.
1/6 scale, so it's like 3 feet tall, and it's $13,000.
What?
It's the craziest statue I've seen a video game company release, I think, ever. You should look it up.
Is it with the figure on it?
Yeah, it's Terra riding. Are you looking at it?
Yes.
It's fucking nuts, dude.
It's 14,000.
It's it went up.
It's
It went up. When it came out, me and Dave were like, is one of us gonna buy this? We were like so tempted. We were like, oh my God. Like, oh no. Dude,
Yeah.
I want that statue so bad, but I will never own it. Just out of principle. It's so expensive.
I mean, if you compare it to the gallery
That's true.
statues,
When I started working for
Those are
Square
high
Enix, when I started working for Square Enix, I wanted to be like, would you pay me in merchandise? If I don't take a paycheck for any of the stuff I'm doing on 14, would you just give me the fucking Terra statue? But I'm pretty sure they're all signed and numbered and fucking insane. Yeah, that statue.
have you worked on 14?
I work on merchandise for 14 when they do cons and stuff. They do like limited edition like T-shirts and bags and posters and stuff, and I've worked on some of that.
Is it the MMO one?
Yeah, the MMO one. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
and I'm
Yeah, I played
doing a piece for 16 for the 1-year anniversary, but that's on hold while we do some other stuff. But yeah,
The ones that you made, are they released already?
Yeah, they're nothing crazy. It's the 16 piece is the first crazy thing I'm doing for them. That's like one of my illustrations. The other stuff is mostly they're like, can you copy this artist's style? It's some of that stuff. It's not really my own work. It's cool working with them regardless, though.
Damn. Yeah, I would have. Yeah, I would love to design some armors for them. That would be cool.
Oh, I'm
Or,
sure
like,
you
Final
could. You
Fantasy,
totally could. You
yeah.
could work on 14. You could probably work on 14 as a modeler.
That'd be nice. That'd be nice.
I mean, I've seen
Yeah,
the
I
stuff
worked
they
on.
do.
Yeah, I played. I think in the last stream or
Mm.
some of the earlier streams, you said that you wanted to look at the art from 14,
Yes, I want to like
then like
play it
not
just to
play the
look at it.
MMO.
Yeah.
Yeah, I went with the same with the same motivation.
Yeah. Have you seen the like the how much of 14 have you seen? There's some stuff in there I think you'd appreciate.
I played the base game. I almost, it was so boring.
Yeah.
And then I played Heaven's Sword.
You didn't get
And
into did you get into like the Warring Triad?
I don't remember.
They took all of Nomura and Amano's designs from Final Fantasy VI and they did high quality renders of all of them.
Oh wow.
So there's let me see if I can find a good one to send you. Yeah, this,
Well, the thing is with, I don't know, like I remember when I was a kid looking at the game like Lineage 2, I think this one was Korean, but it gave the same vibes of like barren environment with like very cool looking characters. It was hard
yeah.
to get immersed in that.
I just
Wow.
Yeah, these are nuts. The second one I'm sending you is more your style. These are
Oh yeah, I seen this one. It's in
yeah,
my
they're
interest. Yeah, I didn't know.
yeah, they're all from
There's a
yeah, 14.
yeah, there's a model viewer for FF14.
No, there isn't. Is there? Are you kidding? Please do not be lying. I'm gonna be so excited if this is real.
Well, the thing is that it worked, but then it stopped working.
I've never been so happy and so sad so quickly.
Okay, let me.
Oh my
let me
god,
check.
dude.
It works. Okay, so I think one of them works. I think one of them is cool. The other one is not so cool.
Oh my god.
But you
You're-
have to know the NPCs because you would sit there like 30 minutes and then you click like some random wolf.
That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna click all the
Five
random
times.
wolves. Yep. Dude, if you're gonna save me so much time, if there's a model viewer, because I will legit,
Yeah.
I like every day is a fight to not start playing that game.
Okay, and then this one I think also has a model viewer. I send you two links and then I link it in the.
Dude, let me look. Oh hell yeah.
They don't look as good as in the game.
Oh hell yeah, dude. What? All right, hold on. Mail, yeah.
Yeah, I remember when I just started out, they made the Realm Reborn. I think it
Oh my
was 2011, 2012. Remember, it was my first art book.
Oh yeah, the Realm Reborn art book is sick.
Yeah.
It's
the
very, very,
coloring
very
one.
sick. Whoa, the enemies have the animations in the 3D models.
Yeah, yeah. And then
Dude, you're a hero. You're a hero. Let me see here. Oh, this is funny. You get to a certain point, it's just monster dash, monster underscore, and it's just
Yeah.
thousands. All right, let me
Yep.
look up the word Magitech and see if we got anything in here. I bet we
You can
do.
definitely have Magitex there. I think
Yeah.
Hvaildir, what's the name? Some Scandinavian sounding name of the dragon. It was really cool.
Oh,
The
is
dragons
it
are amazing.
I know the famous one everybody talks about is the Midgard Somer.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Midgard. So, oh yeah, you said it precisely the way it is.
Oh my god, all the Magitech armor's in here. Fuck. Yes. Yes. Oh my god. I don't have to play the game now. Yeah, dude. This is great.
That's adult life. Hooray! I don't have to play it.
Oh, this is funny. Magitech Scorpion is just the Scorpion boss from FF7, the first boss of the game, the robot. That's very funny that they put that in.
Oh yeah, it's fairly high res actually. So his
Yeah?
name is Horace Velger.
Okay,
It starts with H. It's a very cool looking dragon.
let's take a
It's
look.
like a cat.
H. Sorry, chat. I'm sure this is very exciting for you.
You can put the browser over the.
I could actually, but will I? I don't know. We'll see. Oh yeah, he's super cool with his like weird split six wings.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Oh man, this is gonna help so much, dude. Thank you. This is fantastic.
No problem. Yeah, I wonder why, and there's a lot of that in Eastern design. Like, independently, you have that flowy design in, like, FF. and then
Yeah,
Tons of people do that style.
I love it. I don't know like I don't know what to call that genre. I never know if there's like an actual name for it, but it's
Mm-hmm.
some people, even though it's not Korean, a lot of people just say Korean design as like a catch-all, and I'm like, it's not Korean. It's not. I know what you're trying to say, but it's not.
Yeah.
That's funny,
Yeah. It's
man.
funny that a lot of like there are like certain styles that are popular like in Asia, and then certain pop styles like in Europe.
Mm.
And then it's interesting, like even like I'm taking a course. I took like a workshop with Andrew Ariza. He was a sculptor on God of War.
Oh,
He
I was gonna
actually
say
just
the name
finished.
sounded very familiar. Yeah.
Yeah. And then he has these like very his personal work, a lot of like bio mech stuff, and very like
Sure.
Gundam looking. Oh, not Gundam, Guyver looking stuff.
Sure.
And then in his workshop, there's a lot of people from Latin America, and then all of them are incredible sculptors, and all of them love insects and do that type of
Yep.
style.
Yep.
It's pretty interesting. Like, I don't know if maybe like some shows would air like in that part of the world, because my friend, his name is Augusto Ribeiro
Mm.
Silva. He's like an incredible sculptor and artist, and he also like all of his free time is basically doing Kamen Rider.
I was gonna say it's crazy that like an entire generation of artists in a country can be affected by the fact that like
Yeah.
some network picked up Kamen Rider or Dragon Ball, and then it's just
It's
like
amazing.
a whole generation of people inspired by the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's very
Yeah,
funny.
it's really cool. Yeah.
That's dope. That's super dope.
Yeah, I wish I had something like that. I remember, like when I was a kid, I would play tennis, and then my tennis would start at 5 p.m., and then Pokemon would start at 4:30.
Yep.
I would be like, no.
No, I gotta know if Butterfree gets to be let go or not. I have to know. I gotta know if Dragonite's at the lighthouse.
Yeah, I
So
don't
many
even know
episodes.
who are those people. I just had like cards, and
Yep.
that's it.
I'm trying to think of what was like the first thing where I would like break the rules and sneak out of bed to watch it because it was so cool. And I think, fuck, what was it? Ah, man. I remember sneaking out of bed to watch the original 80s Vampire Hunter D on the Sci Fi channel at 3 in the morning. I
How old
saw.
were you?
Fuck, I was probably 9 or 10.
Oh wow.
I like my parents were like, you cannot stay up that late. We're not gonna let you watch this movie. It's one of those they called those violent cartoons. It's one of those violent cartoons, and I was like, but it's the Final Fantasy guy because like all I knew is that Amano worked on both of them.
Yeah.
And I remember, yeah, I snuck out of bed somehow, and they didn't wake them up, and I watched it at 3 in the morning on Sci-Fi, and it was obviously censored, but even then, I was like, this is incredible.
Oh, that's awesome.
This is the greatest
Was
thing.
it was it the original cut? Because I heard that there's a lot of like changes when it goes to US market.
It was well, I mean it was severely like censored. Like
Oh.
anything remotely sexual, like I think like within the first 30 seconds, I think the vampire attacks the girl and you see like her nipple. Like that's gone.
Yeah.
Anything with the succubus snake ladies showing any kind of body is gone. Anything with the anime blood where it makes like the squirting sound effect,
Mm-hmm.
whatever that, whenever a sword stabs somebody in an old anime and it has that like almost like rubber like wet, I can't even do it. It's like boink or something. It's
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
it yeah. All of that was censored, but yeah, it was still super cool.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think the second
Yeah.
one I ever saw was Princess Mononoke. The same year I saw that,
Oh, that's cool.
and I was like, whoa. And then all of a sudden, UPN started, there's a TV station here, started playing for some reason at 4:30 in the morning or like 5 in the super fucking early. They started playing the original Dragon Ball with like little kid Goku,
Mm-hmm.
and I watched that religiously. I watched that every goddamn day, but they didn't have any of the later seasons translated back then, so it was just the first 2 seasons over and over and over again.
Oh wow, yeah, I never watched any of those. Like no Dragon Ball, no nothing. I had like Shaman King that I wanted to watch and then never caught on TV. And then what else? Yeah, and Pokemon. And then the rest of it was like Spider-Man. That was like at 8 p.m. in the evening that I religiously watched. So
Nice.
I guess anime was much later actually in my life.
Yeah. Anime like didn't really, I mean it's just now going mainstream. It started
Yeah.
to break through and like with Toonami, Adult Swim tried to make it break through and it started to a little bit. But
Yeah. Yeah, in our country, like anime was like almost like a derogatory word. Like, oh, you watch anime?
I mean it was here too for a
Beat you
long
up.
time, yeah. You watch some fucking anime, nerd,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
you pussy. You watching Japanese cartoons, pussy. Yeah. It was very derogatory here, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Our country is like full of wrestlers. Every second person does.
So
like,
it's
will
not a
definitely be-
stereotype, yeah.
Yeah,
Just-
yeah, it's not a stereotype.
That's amazing. I legit thought that was just a stereotype.
Oh,
That's so funny.
yeah, you would watch randomly, like it would go, and then people do like Greco-Roman wrestling.
That
you
is
want to buy some like
so
tomatoes.
funny. I love that. We have this like meme in our country where politicians sometimes are like, look at other countries' militaries and then look at our military. In the next war, we're gonna die. And it's like they always show these borderline comedy photographs of like all skinhead ripped dudes wrestling with each other in some country. I'm like, this is
Yeah,
great.
yeah.
This is very funny.
Yeah, yeah, they really show like Russian military this way, and
Yeah.
like recently it was the true showing of it, but and then
Yeah.
you know like in our country too, like everyone's a freaking wrestler, sambo person.
The masculinity
Judo person.
obsession of like, look at their soldiers. I'm so emasculated. Oh, like it's
Yeah,
so funny to me.
yeah. And then meanwhile, my brother, he's in the military in like border control, like near Uzbekistan and Tajikistan.
Sure.
Like he went to military on the border and then he lost, I don't know, like he was skinny and then he lost, I don't know what's the equivalent of pounds, like 30, 35
That's
pounds. He
significant.
became super skinny. Yeah, well, if you're skinny, so it's 10 kilos, right?
Yeah.
Well, I guess maybe 15 kilos from being very ripped.
Wow.
And yeah, so
He wasn't like bulking up. He just lost a ton of weight.
no, yeah, because there's not much food there.
Yeah, I mean, makes sense. That'll happen.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if he was losing it because he was starving or if they were just working him to the point that he was.
Yeah,
losing.
he was starving.
Jesus,
So not many resources.
that sucks. That really sucks.
Yeah, I think he's fine now.
Send him over here.
Yeah, yeah, we should. He's a taekwondo. Yeah.
There you go. He can teach me taekwondo. That'd be great.
Yeah, we should. Someone will teach me.
And I can say the cool. I
Anyway.
can say the cool movie line. I'll go. He's ex-military. My ex-military Taekwondo instructor. Yes,
Does that guy teach you? Sorry for knowing
No, you're good.
some of the details. The military guy, does he teach you?
Oh, he was training me for years, but then yeah, we did training 3 times a week, but then he has what's called a CTE, where
Oh yeah.
yeah, he was a soldier in Iraq and Afghanistan, and he had a lot of accumulated head trauma from like rocket explosions and things. And he got in a bar fight, and someone broke a bottle over his head, and that was the final straw for his like brain injury, basically. So like he can't do any heavy lifting probably for the rest of his life. But we're still friends. We still see each other. I still do workout stuff that he showed me forever ago. But yeah, no more training for him.
Damn.
I know, he was a funny guy. When I started taking like working out seriously, I went and I was like, find me an ex-military guy who's the most intimidating, emasculating person you can find. I was like, I want to feel if I miss a session at the gym, I want to feel guilty. I was like, that's the only way I can motivate myself. So they're like, we have an award-winning ex-Marine with like Purple Heart and stuff, and I'm like, yes, give me that.
Yeah, that would work.
Yeah, I was like, I can never call out now.
Yeah, when I started working out, I was in St. Petersburg, but my trainer was pretty mild, and then the rest of the gym, the guys were. I've never seen people that big. It was pretty insane. And then you would go there, and then there's been neo-Nazis.
Yeah.
people with swastikas all over them. I'm like, well.
We have a little bit of that here. You don't see the swastikas often. They usually hide it a little better, but we definitely have a little bit of that here.
Yeah.
Jesus. I can't imagine working out in the gym with your arms out covered in swastikas.
Yeah, I think his
That's-
legs were
Jesus.
like, near socks. Yeah, so
That's pretty fucking
Pretty-
bold.
it is. I don't know what. I wanted to joke with him, like, "Are you into Buddhism?" And stuff.
Yeah. Oh, is that a manji? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, is that a manji? Is that one Zelda dungeon in the first Zelda? Is that what that tattoo is? Yeah, no.
Yeah, I think it would have been
No.
risky.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't in general, don't joke with Nazis. Just in general.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
You might find one or two with a good sense of humor, but it's not really worth looking, just kind of
It's-
yeah.
Definitely not.
No.
Definitely not.
Definitely not. I've only known, I think in my entire life, I think I've only met 2 actual Nazis. I've met a lot of racist people, but I've only met like 2 actual Nazis, and that was like a shocking experience.
Yeah. Yeah. I saw. Well, I was in a skate park recently. There was like a huge swastika there.
Jesus Christ! What's going on?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm in Asia. What's the thing? What's
Oh my
the
God,
point?
maybe it is a manji. You're in Asia. Who knows? Hey,
Yeah. Well, it's like turned into the
Yeah.
reverse, so
Jesus.
no excuses for them.
What's going on, Asia?
Yep.
You guys
yep.
okay, Asia? It's always funny to me when certain people adopt that, and I'm like, Hitler didn't like you guys either, right? Like it wasn't just
Oh yeah.
it wasn't just
Yes.
Jews. Like he kind of hated Russians too. Like what? Like I don't know. Yeah, it's very
That
funny.
Puzzles me
The selective
puzzles me.
history.
every time. Yeah, listen to his autobiography, like I think Rise of the Third Reich.
Yeah, that's some crazy
Yeah.
history.
Yeah, it was interesting when they talked about his life when he was like when he was a nutty person, like
Yeah.
crazy on all those myths and
Oh yeah. Obsessed with
identity.
art and symbolism and
yeah.
the most fascinating thing. It feels like a scrapped Indiana Jones plot. It's so ridiculous.
Yeah, exactly.
You know about the castle he was building, right?
No.
To manifest the return of King Arthur and the Golden Age and all that, with like the Holy Grail and all that shit. You familiar with that?
No, what's that first time I hear about
He was leaning into Christian mythology and like the legend of like a chosen ruler of the world like coming and like so he built a Camelot. Like you can look it up. I think they call it Hitler's Camelot. And he was building a castle, and there's a round table, and like his inner circle of like SS people
What?
and higher ups were all like knights of his round table kind of thing. And
That is insane.
all the architecture of it is designed in a way to like it's all based on mythological symbols and power and like lesser key of Solomon shit and like all this weird. So he was building this place that was going to be the high command if they won the war. They were going to go there and try to essentially manifest the prophecies of like the European identity coming true.
Whoa.
Very, very weird occult shit. Super, super weird occult shit that feels like a scrapped Indiana Jones plot. But yeah, no, he was really,
Yeah,
really,
looking at it, yeah.
yeah, he was out of his fucking mind for sure.
Damn. Yeah, there's a lot of that occult symbolic stuff, even, during that time, and
Yeah,
a lot of philosophers were also in Nazi Party. It's
yeah. It's that
so
weird.
interesting.
I don't know if the definition of fascism is so weird now because like I feel like it was pretty concrete back in World War II, but now people use the word for all kinds of things. But that weird mix of political ideology with like a religious like force, like
Yeah.
we're not just going to control the government and tax and military and stuff. We're going to like inspire the masses with like a story and like build up a cultural mythology and like it's like a uniparty thing of like we are the religion and the government, like all that stuff
Yeah.
is so spooky.
Yeah, almost like a new theocracy.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
literally
really.
that shit's nuts, but like I mean, you know, he was an art school guy, he understood the power of symbolism, I guess.
Yeah, all the uniforms, I think, were they Hugo Boss
Yeah, Hugo Boss.
that
Yeah.
made uniform? Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, and then like all the cars and everything, all the
Mm-hmm.
visual stuff was dialed in.
Oh yeah, and they were like his government was funding like operas and like all kinds of crazy artistic endeavors and cultural stuff. Like they were really like building up a mythology about the German identity. He like, you know,
Yeah, yeah.
obviously he's a complete psychopath, but like he, you know, he fucking it's just it's weird that he understood how to manipulate people on a mass scale that well for someone who was that fucking crazy.
Yeah, yeah, it's pretty insane.
Like
I
cuz
I don't know about oh, sorry, please continue.
oh no, I was just gonna say intentionally building a mythology in real time is not an easy thing to do, and it's not something most people would even understand people need psychologically. So like I don't know how somebody that crazy and like obviously he had PTSD from World War One. All of his friends fucking died. He was in the trench warfare. Like I don't know how the fuck he was able to like come up with that idea in a way that was so effective. Like just very very weird.
Yeah, yeah, it's definitely interesting. I think it also happened, with communist movement. Not the
Oh
one
yeah,
person
for
curated,
sure.
but
Yeah.
like there is religious of Adam. Have you seen there's a lot of like mosaic stuff
Yep.
where people like there's like an atom glowing and then like harness the power of nuclear, almost
Mm-hmm.
like Fallout,
It's
but
very
with that.
Fallout. Yeah, it's very
Yeah.
Fallout. Like a religious terror of the new technology, kind of.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then in to counteract that, like social realism, I'm not sure. Like I only listened it on the podcast, so I don't know
Mm.
like the if there is a book, but like how there was a funding to like abstract stuff to counteract the
Yep.
modernism,
Mm-hmm.
and like CIA was doing it. I would have loved to know more about it, but I
Oh
got
yeah, there was a
lazy.
bunch of psyops happening around that time to try and sway
Mm.
public opinion towards and against certain things.
Yeah.
And you're familiar with like MK Ultra and all that shit we did, right?
Was it with the psychedelics, right?
Yeah, they would like
MK Ultra.
they would secretly dose people and basically like drive them insane just to like watch like they thought that they were like studying the power of suggestion like okay if we dose people with psychedelics and then we try to mind control them by suggesting they do things we want them to do can we actually mind control people and yeah they did that to like I want to say hundreds of people without them even knowing
Oh wow.
which is one guy killed himself by walking out of a hotel window and then the whole thing kind of blew up and got exposed but yeah
Damn.
wild
Yeah,
shit.
that's wild stuff. Yeah, it's pretty
Mm-hmm.
insane.
Yeah, there were lots of arts programs designed to counteract that shit.
And then that's how they funded like postmodernist movements to,
Yeah.
you know,
Yep.
it's
And then there was
interesting. Yeah.
all the Hollywood, the Red Scare stuff, obviously, and all the movies they made that were secretly coded to be anti-communist. Like the reason, my favorite example is in the Star Trek, in the original Star Trek series, they go to a mirror universe. You familiar with this?
Oh no.
In the original Star Trek with like Captain Kirk and like Spock, they go to a mirror universe. It's like one of the cheesiest, most famous episodes where there's a double of every character. There's like weird evil clones of them. In the mirror universe, everyone who's good is evil. So there's like evil Captain Kirk and evil Spock. And they're like, okay, how do we show them as being evil? They give them all like Lenin beards.
Yes.
They all have little mustaches and the Lenin beard, and they make them all look very intentionally like Lenin and Stalin. And it's like, this is like peak 1960s when Star Trek was popping off. So yeah, that's one of my favorite not so subtle Hollywood codings to like, anyone who looks like this, stay away. Like,
Yeah.
if you see an ideology, it might be evil. If there's a beard, just watch out.
Yeah.
But yeah.
It's funny. I remember clearly when in like movies it started happening with China. I think the Mr. Robot was the first one that I noticed.
Yes.
It was pretty interesting. Like where the drive-by like people with Uzis who would like kill them and then like just don't blink an eye, just kill themselves.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like frightening devotion,
Mm-hmm.
and then they showed China that way. It's pretty
Where it's
interesting.
they're not people, they're drones of a state.
Yeah.
Yeah, that whole
Yeah.
leaning into that is super weird.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's interesting shit. Understanding how to manipulate art to do shit like that.
Yeah, art is definitely can be a double-sided sword.
Mm-hmm. It can be
I'm just
used,
doing monsters.
dude.
I doubt I'll sway some opinions with that.
You know what Nietzsche would say, right?
Oh no, what he would say.
He'd say that man is the real monster.
Oh.
You can't escape it. You can't escape.
Yeah, you cannot.
Every good monster is a metaphor for something.
Very much so.
All of them. I'm really. Have you played any games recently?
Well, I'm playing Dark Souls 3 now.
You mentioned that. So talk. Actually, real quick before I forget, I was gonna say the coolest monster design I've seen in a long time is in Dragon's Dogma 2. It's their version of a Dullahan.
Oh yeah, the one with the without the head. Right?
Yeah. So
Showed on a string.
yes. Okay. Yeah. I was wondering if you saw that, where it's holding its head
Yep.
like a shield. Like I was like, this is great. But I want to talk to you about your Dark Souls experience. I want to know what you like, what you don't like, what art is jumping out to you, what's memorable. Like, tell me about that.
Prior to Elden Ring or post Elden Ring?
What stuff in Elden Ring was the most memorable to you? What was the coolest stuff, and then also Dark Souls 3, because I've been playing these since the original Demon Souls.
Oh wow. Okay, well, I think it was always on my radar. I also remember where tons of artists switched their styles once Bloodborne came out.
Yeah. Yes, they did. Yep.
It's like, there was one person, Bloodborne came out, it's another person. And so I knew like the cultural significance of that. And then when Dark Souls 3 came out,
Yeah.
I tried to play it, but I didn't play it correctly. I felt too stressed. It felt very claustrophobic.
Right.
So wasn't like I thought like, okay, let me just do studies all day, do personal work, and then in the evening I would chill out. Didn't work well. So I beat Vort and then I dropped it, and
Okay.
then in 2020. So when did I play Elden Ring? A year after it came out, so it's 2022, right? 23?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
yes, I think in summer I started playing Elden Ring, and I think what got me with their designs is the feeling of compassion towards the creatures
Mm,
that you see. You kind of feel that like it was once great and noble,
mm,
and now it's decaying. It's like a
yeah,
kind of an ugly monster, but you see the traces of its greatness, and
that's a
you
big
kind of feel
theme.
bad of.
Hmm.
Yeah, you feel bad at, like taking its life, and
Oh
then
yeah.
so that would got me in Elden Ring, and like that beauty of decay, that music. I think the reason why I wanted to play Elden Ring is that soundtrack of trailer.
Mm.
It got me, like every time I launch Elden Ring, I
Ba
get like
ba
goosebumps
ba ba
from
da
that.
ba 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 da
Yeah,
ba ba da ba ba. Yeah, it's great.
it is. Oh,
Yeah,
every time I feel about.
he's
Yeah.
obsessed with the themes of like decay and rot and
Hmm.
like something great holding on to its greatness a little too long and like
Yeah.
the corruption of not being willing to, pass on gracefully. Like everything from Demon Souls straight, definitely Dark Souls, straight through even
Hmm.
kind of with Bloodborne and Sekiro. Like he's really, really, really big on those themes.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I just finished the DLC in Dark Souls 3. Kind of the theme was more direct,
Mm-hmm.
and then I think in maybe I wasn't playing clearly, but then in Elden Ring, I think it represented visually very much. So like
For sure.
in every creature,
Mm-hmm.
which design I like the most? Let me think about it.
Do you have access to a PlayStation?
No, I only play on computer. Yeah, I never had
Man,
PlayStation.
I need you to play Bloodborne. You
Yeah, I
specifically,
want to do.
the creature designs in Bloodborne, dude. You'd fucking love them.
Yeah, I only have art book, but I really want to play it. Like my
Yeah.
plan is to, well, I finished Elden Ring, and then after Elden Ring, I came to Dark Souls, and then I want to finish it, and then go New Game Plus on Elden Ring, and
Mm.
then play the DLC.
I mean,
So that's
honestly,
the plan.
you'd probably enjoy Sekiro. There's not as many insane designs as Sekiro. There's some really good
Mhm.
stuff, but like Elden Ring and Bloodborne are fucking loaded with cool things, like a
Yeah,
stupid amount.
yeah, I want to play Sekiro as well. Yeah, I want to go through all of their. Well, I mean, from Dark Souls 3 onwards.
But yeah,
Yeah, and then.
any favorite stuff?
Okay, let me. It's hard to pull it up from memory, so let me just
Sure.
grab Elden Ring and then see which ones.
Or even just moments. It
Um,
doesn't have to be like designs, just like favorite things you saw.
uh, I loved when I noticed the horse from Rodan, and then I read the story
Mm,
that he learned gravity magic to
to not hurt his
ride
horse.
his scrawny horse. Yeah,
Yeah,
it felt so sweet.
I love that little detail. I have to paint him in my next
Yeah.
piece. I'm excited. I get to
Oh
paint.
hell yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then Blythe, and then like
Oh, Blythe is
his
such a cool
devotion to
design.
Ronnie.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Ronnie's whole squad. I love their design. I love
Yeah.
Saluvis's like weird metal mask with like
Oh yeah.
the underside of his like sombrero thing with all the astral like.
Yes.
Oh god, it's such a cool fucking design. What a cool
It's
idea.
so incredible. And then the checkered pattern on his mouth that
Yes.
represents the what's the name of the main guy?
The yeah, it's fucking I know who you're talking about. The statue.
Yeah, the secret that
Yeah, the secret that
it's not Marika, but
it's not America, it's the red-haired guy who's breaking the Elden Ring, whose name I can't remember. Begins with an Radigan? No.
yeah,
Yes?
yeah,
Yeah.
Radagon. Yeah, Radagon. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's yeah, so many awesome little details.
So many hints. Yeah. The relationship of Melania with Mikola. It's
Mhm.
like those interpersonal stuff that you don't really get through gameplay. You get the vibes and the feel of that world, but then you open VatiVidias and
Oh, Vadi Video. We love him.
yeah,
The
Yeah,
whole
yeah.
the whole look of the Halig tree when you get up to the upper level and it's all the carved stone, the like cathedral architecture with the tree growing through
Hmm.
it. I was like, this is fucking out of control. How cool this is.
It is incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love the Ring City in Dark Souls 3. The it feels so different with all the weird like rounded top architecture. It feels very
Hmm.
like I don't know, it feels like a city in the background of like an Amano painting or something.
Yeah, yeah. I just entered the
It's
Ring City.
so cool, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, I just
It's
passed those archers and entered that city. It's stressful.
have you
Dark Souls
ever
3 is so much more stressful.
you ever seen the animation Angel's Egg?
I wanna see it. I'm postponing it, and then I think I'm ready for it.
Cool, cool. So I'm
Yeah.
guessing if you just went in there, did you get to the awesome troll enemy? One of my favorite. I don't want to spoil it. Did you fight the giant thing?
With the void in place of his head,
It's
or
so you walk in and there's a big giant and then I don't want to spoil it.
okay, okay, cool.
If you
Yeah, I
haven't
think I
fought it,
probably haven't seen it. Yeah, yeah.
something happens that basically if you've never played it before will kill you like immediately. But it's like one of the
Okay, okay.
coolest things I've seen like idea wise.
Yeah, it haven't happened to me
Okay. Did
yet.
you like just get
I
there?
remember. Oh, sorry, sorry. I remember the moment from Elden Ring. Is the Rani when she takes off the clothes and then she's like a doll, all
Yeah.
bloodied,
Yep.
severed the connection with the finger. It's
With all the cool like ropes tied around her to like control her like
yeah.
weird puppet body.
Oh, that looked. Oh, that looks horrific.
Yeah. That's so
Yeah.
cool. How far into the Ring City are you?
I think I just entered, so I just passed the guy that summons archers, and
That's
then
the thing. That's the thing I didn't want to spoil.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. He's really cool.
When you like
He
he like
sits on the chair.
yeah, you're like I'm going to run up and fight this guy and then he stands up and then like 100 ghost archers wearing like armor show up like and shoot ghost arrows at you from like 80 directions. I was like this is hilarious.
Yeah, but I got invaded as well.
That's great.
Yeah.
Dude, yeah,
Yeah,
that
Dark
part.
Souls is amazing.
Oh, it's great. Yeah, the art direction is so good. They pull from so many cool eclectic sources too. It's a great
Yeah.
it's a great lesson in like remixing. Like so much comes from so many things. Like medieval alchemy, berserk, anime, fucking books they've read, fucking there's even some movie references, but yeah, they're super good at it.
Yeah, it's I don't know, like how would you assemble all of that, you know? You
Dude.
go into like alchemy and then you like learn about like rubido, albedo, all that stuff. and then-
Rubido, Albedo, the Rebus,
Yeah, yeah,
all that
yeah.
cool shit, yeah.
Yeah, you gotta figure out that, and then you have like next topic like with that's completely unrelated with like bioelectric fields. And,
Yep.
like, Rupert Sheldrake. I'm like, ugh.
It's amazing. They do like weird idea webs where they're like, okay, well in this alchemic painting, the serpent is a metaphor, but what else had a tree and a serpent? The Garden of Eden. What else had a tree and a serpent? Norse mythology. So let's pull in some Viking stuff. Let's make Melania look kind of like a Valkyrie. What else had Valkyries? And they just kind of web off of like visual
Yeah,
motifs.
yeah,
It's great.
yeah. I remember was doing like I read like a couple of Jung's books, and I was trying to do active imagination, the one you know, like when you sit in darkness with your eyes closed, and then the first image that pops up,
Yeah.
uh, you keep it, and then just hold it, and then see where it leads, and then you would just type in, you know, in Google or whatever, and then all of the images that you have are all of that is archetypical stuff. It's
Yeah.
pretty interesting.
Yeah. I mean, there's some really cool stuff with the archetype mapping he did and what they all mean and where they all come from and why they're all like part of the human condition.
Yeah, it's like with some of the stuff is like tied to biology and like fear of like lizards and birds and all that. Some of the stuff is like unknown.
There's
It had
that
like burning cheetah and all that. It's pretty cool.
those weird psychedelics theories about why angels are made of light with eyes, because there's like the fractals you see when you take certain psychedelics, or how people drew the angels in like old artwork. And they're like they're wondering if like the experiences they had talking to angels were just them tripping.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I tried the Sub 7 ones.
Oh yeah, how'd that go?
And yeah, I did like a low dose. Well, so was it like 3 grams? But it's not the Golden Teacher one. It's pretty
Mm-hmm.
more powerful ones. And then mine was very autobiographical.
Sure.
So like all of your experiences are kind of come to present, and then you don't have like, okay, that happened 10 years ago, that happened 15 years ago. It's all here, and then you feel it at the same time, and then this way you kind of tie all the everything kind of becomes a storyline with its conclusion.
Right.
And then some of the stuff you see like where you have some tales, and then like, okay, I gotta do this and that to fix that, and then it was
Man.
pretty interesting. But then when you close the eyes and well, first of all, I would like hear shamanic, throat singing around me,
Mm-hmm.
and then like I don't know, like, and faces everywhere on the ceiling, on the walls, in the wood pattern, and then every like dark spot would turn into the eye and all that.
I gotta try
And when you
that.
close the eyes, oh, sorry.
No, I was just saying I gotta try that.
Yeah. Well, and then I would close the eyes, and then you would see like all the geometric stuff, and you would fly like through dark spaces. I would see like pyramids with the rainbow-colored pyramids, and then there would be like an angel, but it's made of flesh, and then it opens wings, and then you see like scapula, like deltoids and
Whoa.
pectoral muscles kind of like unwinding.
I'm terrified.
Yeah. And then, like the Tool album with like those pillars with faces.
Yeah, yep.
Mine were made of flesh, like they're made of bodies, and they would like grasp each other's hands.
Are you in a
And then the
Hellraiser?
opposite. Yeah, probably.
It sounds like you're in Hellraiser, dude.
Yeah.
That's
I mean,
incredible.
it felt pretty peaceful, but it's also like sometimes you cannot turn your design sense off. I would like fly through that dark space, and then that angel would open up its wings. I'm like, oh, that's lazy design here.
A bit derivative, Angel.
A bit derivative.
A bit derivative.
It would open its like wings, but then like almost like the textures would clip.
Yeah.
There would no like flesh interaction between each other. So
Be not
that was-
afraid. More like I'm not inspired. Try again, Angel. That's so
yeah,
funny.
it felt kind of entropic mostly. That's why sometimes I don't think like all of the experiences, like artistic ones, are inspired by psychedelic stuff.
Mm,
Maybe I didn't, but like the more you take, the more destructive it gets. In
Sure.
a way, the more fractal it gets.
right.
And then kind of it's up onto you to assemble all of that. And then when I tried like I was on some weird shit. I was like 7 years alone, so I would do like some psychotechniques and meditation and deconcentration of attention, and then you would look at the like trees and stuff, and then when you do it sober, you actually have a assemblage of other
Damn.
stuff instead of deconstruction. So that's why I'm like not super into psychedelic stuff. I just tried it once. It helped, but probably not trying it again.
I have a friend who's wants me to take mushrooms to like help with depression issues and stuff, and said it was really
Mhm.
transformative for him. And I don't know, man. I feel that part of me wants to, and the rest of me is like, that sounds like it could go south like really fast. But I don't know. Reliving
Oh,
experiences feels like a double-sided sword, really.
It does, yeah. Well, my wife was near me, so that helped a lot.
Sure.
And I was like, oh, I love everybody. So
That's
it was
great.
that too. So yeah, it felt very sweet. So I think the space where you feel very safe,
Mm.
and maybe a person that was
It's
there
unfortunate because
welcome.
like the only person I could do shrooms with and feel safe is Dave. So like I'd have to go there and have Dave like chaperone me while I fucking trip and freak out and cry and relive trauma and stuff. Like
Mm-hmm.
maybe we'll live stream it. Oh no.
Don't.
Maybe Dave will live stream it without telling me secretly. Oh no.
Yeah, I think it helps to have a person near you, and I felt at peace in my home. But then I know people who do it in nature,
Mm,
but I wouldn't. All the people are different, so
sure.
I felt better at home, and I also wasn't. My wife wasn't near me all the time. She
Hmm.
was kind of in the other room, and then if I felt like I needed her, it's not like you're all the time you're in like some unknowable state. You are yourself. You can actually turn this everything off
Okay, you're not like totally
and kind of like
dissociated.
hold on to reality. Yeah, yeah,
Okay, that's a relief at least.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So you kind of view guided.
I had a friend who I've told this story on here before a few times, but
Hmm.
I had a friend when I was a kid who got really into taking acid, and he would just do LSD all the time, take a bunch of acid, and like it got to the point that he had taken like over 60 hits of acid, and then he randomly one day he just hung himself, and like none of us really
Oh
know
no,
none of us really know why. I'm assuming it's the acid, but yeah,
it
that
could be. Yeah.
I don't know if that like I don't know how much of it is like government disinformation about the side effects of certain drugs, because I know like some people say that acid stays in your system forever and accumulates, and some people say that that's bullshit. I don't know, like I don't know what's real about certain psychedelics. I'm assuming psilocybin is fairly safe and doesn't stick in your body for long term.
Yeah, I think it's natural, so it helps. You can also the stuff that helps with depression is microdosing,
Hmm.
because I had like one left from the dose. It's just like one tiny mushroom. I took it, and then you don't really feel anything, but then the sun is warm and nice, and it there is a bit of help in that.
Well, damn, Devin in chat says +1 to mushroom saving my life from suicidal depression. Devin, we got to talk about that. I didn't know that you did
Oh,
that.
Devon Plants.
I've got some curiosity, buddy.
I watched your tutorial with the elephant.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that's good.
Devin's a
Yeah, I
beautiful
hear
man.
that. Yeah, it helps a lot of people with that too.
I was in a place an undisclosed amount of time ago where it was like, I got to do something. I either got to take a microdose and do this, or I got to check myself into some kind of living facility. Because, like, things were not good. Things were very bad.
Mhm.
And this friend was like, you got to do the mushrooms. And I still haven't done them. But I just, I did the old bootstrap version where I just went to the gym for 5 hours a day. And I eventually got through it. Probably not the smartest move, but, yeah, if that ever happens again, I hope it doesn't. But maybe I'll try.
Mm.
Maybe I'll try the shrooms.
Yeah. Well, I think I'm not. I don't know, but maybe it helps not to go there in your most fragile state.
Yeah, I've heard that you don't want to be in a bad mood when you take them, or you don't want to be like whatever you have with you is like amplified, is what I was told. Like if you're freaking out, you're gonna freak out worse, and if you're happy, you're probably gonna be happier, and if you're sad, you're probably gonna be sadder, is what was told to me.
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know like other people's experiences. Some people have that. In my own one,
Hmm.
uh, like the stuff like why I related to you and Dave a lot, because you guys you grinded and then went like alone in the room, and then like that video of like getting through the middle.
Yeah.
Everyone references, and like, okay, I'm not the only one who goes through that.
Yeah.
And I was like in China surrounded by like other culture, and I felt like extra lonely. So
Yeah, dude. Being alone in
um
China, fucking not even knowing the
yeah,
language, I can't even imagine,
yeah.
dude.
I know it, but it's not like the it's not super good, to actually
Sure.
like integrate there. So, but it's having that, and then when I took the mushrooms, it was like what, two 2 year or last year, I think. Yeah, it was last winter,
Mm.
and it like I took the first dose. My brother said like take 1.5.
Hmm.
It's like super small one entry. You won't see much, but you're gonna have like elevated mood. And I brewed it in a tea. So,
Okay.
but then it felt like it wasn't really working like 1.5 hours later.
Sure.
So I thought like, okay, maybe like I overbrewed it or something else. I took the second one, and then an hour later, he's like both of them kicked in.
That happened to
And
me a couple months ago with edibles. Yeah, I took a bunch of edibles and I was drinking and I was like, I don't feel anything. Maybe the alcohol, fuck, I'll just take some more. And I had taken like 4 doses of these edibles and I was like, they're not working. And then I remember I stood up off the couch and I was like, oh, I'm in outer space. Like, I'm fucking gone. Oh, no. And then all the alcohol and all the edibles just fucking collapsed the Jenga tower down onto me. Yeah, that was bad. That was a bad time. Damn, dude. So what happened with your double dose? How did that feel?
yeah. Well, Devin says that it's positive experience where he was in my fragile state, so
Okay. A
that
trip.
works, for him. Yeah, yeah. So
A
you see, like
trip into
it's different.
Satan's mouth.
Oh,
It was a trip into Satan's mouth. Okay. You're selling me.
damn.
You're selling me,
Yeah.
Devin. I do want to see
And then,
Satan's mouth.
yeah, and then in my case, uh, I s- like I sat with my wife, and then we just watching Lost in Translation,
Oh, how appropriate.
and yeah, I felt like, oh my god, why do I feel so sad? And then like, okay, I gotta be alone. And then I went in the other room and I like cried at my pillow for like an hour.
I mean,
Like the
Bill.
cry that you weep.
Yeah, I feel like Bill Murray's character in Lost in Translation was essentially what you were going through in China, though, right?
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's like the movie
So
to watch in that scenario. That's crazy.
yeah, it kind of aligned a lot.
Yeah.
And then like all of that stuff kind of went away all at once. And then I kind of um, like parental figures that are not there in your
Hmm.
life, and then you kind of like superimpose that stuff onto other people, and then like how it harms you.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, damn, that was that. And then like you see yourself as a kid, and then you see yourself as like, well, like I said before, like all of those experiences at once.
That's the shit I'm afraid of.
And
That's the shit I'm afraid of.
it was more, you basically see a quest log with like
Sure.
everything leads where, and then
I have
that helped me.
this might be TMI. I'm sorry for anybody in chat. This might be a little heavy, okay? I
I'm
don't
also TMI.
I
Sorry.
don't I don't talk I don't talk about this particular thing often, so apologies if this is weird. Um, I have 2 weeks of my life when I was 13 that are missing in my brain. And I have a very good memory. I have 2 weeks of my life that are missing. And the 2 weeks of my life that are missing are I got checked into a residential hospital after the Columbine massacre because my school thought that I was an at risk student who might kill the bullies that were bullying me. So they took me out of the school. They recommended that my parents put me in a residential hospital for psych treatment. They put me in. I remember the first 2 days of being there, and I don't remember the next 2 weeks. And then I remember coming home, and I don't.
Oh my
I know a girl killed herself while I was there. I remember that, and I don't remember anything after that. And I don't know if I want to remember it. Like if I'm not remembering it organically, I don't know if I want to remember it. So like I'm worried if I take shrooms, all that's gonna come back. So
yeah.
I don't know what to do. I don't know if it's gonna like make me be like, oh, whoops. I guess I kind of wish I didn't remember those things, or if it's gonna be healing. Maybe it'll be the opposite, where it's like, no, that's a really good thing. I don't know.
Yeah, that's heavy.
Give me your
That's
give me your thoughts. Did you have any repressed memories pop up?
um let me think about the experience again. No, I did not have any repressed experiences.
Okay.
I just, in my case, it was like all the suffering that I experienced and like
Yeah.
the love that was lacking,
Okay.
and then you can see from your present state, uh, you can see yourself as like an other person, and then
Mm.
you can like project that love to all of those past experiences, and it was very healing in that way.
You're
And
selling
then
me
like
on it.
yeah, like I had that experience of like 7 years of loneliness, and then you have that like emotional crescendo building up, and then you sit there like crying. I was under the blanket, and then
Sure.
my feet were sticking out, and then I remembered my wife that I saw like in St. Petersburg and met there, and then like the love kind of wave of love kind of
This sounds
was
like
over me, and then
the end of This sounds like the end of Evangelion,
you very much
or like your whole life collapses into a singularity and everyone's like clapping. They're like, "We love you."
it felt very much like it felt like Scott Pilgrim.
Yeah, there you go. Sure. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I had that same atmosphere my whole trip.
That's
And
very
then
funny.
yeah, and then like I felt that with my wife, and then I see that vision of her, and then she's like a bird with, and then like she waves her wings, that wing motif again, and then I see like
Whoa.
sparkles of gold, and then at that moment like I feel very cold, and then she like covers my feet with another blanket, and then it's like everything kind of led to that. I'm like,
Wow.
so it was really good.
Jeez. Damn.
Yeah, yeah, and then like I was like came down and then talked to my mom and told her everything. Even for her, it was like a healing experience. So it was good. And then I was like lying in a bathroom, and then like you kind of visually see all the art that inspired you as well. I'm like in
Oh.
my in my bathtub, like lying down, and I'm like,
I like
oh,
how that's
everything
the
is
thing.
green.
That's the thing I'm interested in. I'm like, oh, healing your past trauma and self actualization? I don't know. And you're like, you get to see all the art that inspired you. I'm like, maybe I'll try it. Maybe you got
Yeah,
me.
that worked.
Yeah. Now I'm in.
Yeah, well, that actually helped because I went to Russia to study metalsmithing,
Sure.
and like because I wanted to do my sculptures in metal, so something like more permanent than like plastic and
Sure.
resin.
Sure.
And like during your studies, you kind of, in order to receive some information and to learn, you open yourself up,
Mm-hmm.
and you become more vulnerable to receive all of that feedback. And then I think the teachers there were, um, I don't know, they weren't that great, and I felt very insecure about my art.
Mm.
And I felt like, well, everything I'm doing is kind of like hacky, so I don't like it and all that. And then when I was on mushrooms, I saw like all the stuff that, I would look at trees, and the perspective would disappear, and all the trees would form into like circular ornaments, and thankfully captured it.
Whoa.
So all of the circular ornaments, very like it looks like thorns and spiky, aggressive,
Man,
and
is
almost
this
like
okay? So this sounds like it sounds like if I trip, it's gonna be the feeling I get on vacations when my phone dies, and then I see something really cool I want to take a picture of, and I'm like, "Fuck!" Is it just gonna be that? Is it just gonna be like I have to remember all
no.
this?
Well, I captured everything. Everything was pretty clear. I actually made a drawing
Show
of
me.
that moment, and yeah. Okay, let me see. Where's the drawing?
Yeah, I'd love to see.
Yeah, it's fairly simple. So, but yeah, and then I had that, that art style. Okay, like you had some problems with that, you can go this direction. It's like it's not
Sure.
everything that you learned before. So I'm like, oh, okay.
Is that when you switched to sculpture?
No, no, no. It was what, 2 years ago, 1 year
2 years
ago.
ago?
Yeah, yeah. Oh wait, it was during the mushroom trip, so last year.
Gotcha.
I was like a bit of a art block for a while.
What ended up
So, yeah.
being the cause? We were talking about art block yesterday. What ended up being the cause of yours? Did you figure it out?
Uh, I think I was very like I didn't grow thick skin
Mm,
towards feedback because I was like so alone. So I'm like, okay, well, I'm just doing whatever.
yeah.
And then if someone doesn't like it, I'm like, okay, it's okay, you don't like it. But then when you go and study there and you listen to feedback and all that, I think that one was the stuff that I'm most like. It felt I felt vulnerable in that moment, and that's where I got like art block. Like
Mm,
art block. It almost feels uh, like a brain zap. Like you start to do one stuff and like you doubt yourself.
mm-hmm.
And
Absolutely.
yeah, so I think when I stopped doubting, it kind of disappeared.
That's cool.
Yeah,
Self doubt
I'm
causing it,
trying
lack
to
of confidence.
find. Yeah, yeah.
Cool. Yeah, we had some people asking about that. The only real art block I've ever had was from like actual just fatigue of like I'm not sleeping, I'm not working out, I'm
Mm-hmm.
not healthy, but like I know other people have it for other reasons.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I think in my case, I'm not like I'm a very narrowly focused artist. I don't do many things. I just kind of focus on the one thing that I do, and then if I have problems with that,
Mm-hmm.
that's where it appears. I cannot really like go like, okay, well, this one doesn't go well. Let me just switch to another thing.
Sure.
So because I try to like merge kind of fine arty side of myself with the commercial side, and then
Right.
maybe that's where it's tough to merge.
I'm like kind of going through a similar thing where I'm starting to realize that what I thought I wanted to do and what I had to do is not actually what I am good at doing or what I should be doing.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm trying to like switch into more of a graphic design fine art thing instead of just illustration.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's always weird when you figure out that you're capable of doing other things.
Mm-hmm.
There's
Mm-hmm.
that weird
And
guilt of
how's
like
yours going at Switch?
I mean, the stuff I've been doing for this one company, like the Elden Ring stuff I've been doing, and the other things in this kind of new approach, are only things I've really enjoyed. My
Mm-hmm.
whole like, other than the Steve books, like those are the funnest things. Just working with Dave, writing those is my favorite. But in terms of art, this is the only stuff I've done that I actually like enjoy. Really, like the rest of the stuff I've done, my whole career has felt like it was cool to be able to do art, and I loved that I was getting to do art, but it still felt like kind of forced.
Mm-hmm.
But the more recent stuff, the more designy stuff, has felt, I don't know, it feels more natural, it feels more like myself.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's been good. It's been weird though. You have like a weird like when you switch styles or when you switch what you're working on. Do you ever have like a weird guilt and like it's not rational, but you still feel it?
I do. It's almost like, well, I spent all that time on that other
Yep.
thing,
Yep.
and then like, why am I switching? And then you feel like, well, this one is harmful one. It's like when you start thinking about other people,
Mm-hmm.
and it's like, oh well, people have that image of me, and it's not worded the same way, but it's essentially that. It's like
Mm-hmm.
I have one image, and then I'm not like fitting that image,
I just have to like.
and then yeah.
There's a thing called I think it's called gambler's fallacy, where it's like
Mm-hmm.
because you've spent $300 at the casino and you lost all of it. Part of your brain is saying, well, to get it all back, you have to spend maybe another $1,000. I'm like, throwing good money after bad just because you've been doing a thing doesn't mean you have to keep doing a thing. Like the investment
Mm-hmm.
that you've put into it doesn't dictate
Yeah.
your future. And I think I get trapped in that a lot with art, where it's like, well, you've been building towards this thing, and like switching directions means all that stuff's meaningless. And like, it doesn't. Like, all that stuff can inform and help
Yeah.
your future stuff, but your brain, being a dumb blob in your head, sometimes tells you otherwise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's also like unsureness of other because like in one style you hone like some aspects
Hmm.
You know, like anatomy wasn't my strongest point, and then now mostly what I'm interested in is like figurative stuff,
I
or
was
like
gonna
more of
say,
a figurative
yeah,
stuff.
your sculpture
Yeah.
stuff has like really cool anatomy stuff and explorations of what you can do with it. Yeah, sunk cost fallacy,
Yeah.
Devin. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. So like going into the other direction, I'm like, you feel the dip in a skill,
Yep.
and then and then you kind of feel like, okay, well, why am I releasing that?
Yeah. The next big conscious thing I want to try to do is stepping away from rendering and just drawing. I have two.
Mhm.
I have two more big client pieces I got to do in this style, but after that, I think I'm going to try and consciously step away from leaning on, because like I'm okay at seeing the flaws in my own work. My work's very flat. My work's very detailed and designy, and that stuff's good. But it's very flat, and it's very it lies way too heavily on little details to cover up fundamental problems. Like the drawings might be weak, but if I cover them in cool details, maybe people won't notice. It feels very like insecure in that sense. And I'd like to tackle that head on with some more just like here's a drawing with some flats and like, challenge myself to not cover it with shit. But
Yeah, I had the same thinking. I'm like, well, I don't really know how to do like anatomy, but
yeah.
let me cover it with carapace.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, let me cover it with armor and put a lot of reflections on the armor, and then people won't notice the armor's drawn bad too. I'll just just do that. If the armor's bad, I'll put a cape on top, and I'll say, "Oh, it's layered character design." Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not bad at drawing the human figure. He's just it's world building. It's cold where he is, so he's wearing a cloak.
I'm the same.
Yeah, that's funny.
Or like instead of like, I don't know, like gentle sculpt of a woman, I'm like, oh, let me do a monster.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. People can't tell me what goblin anatomy is. I get to choose what goblin anatomy is.
Have
Yeah.
you seen a goblin in real life? Well,
Yeah.
me
Exactly.
neither.
Who's to say that I'm not
Who's
correct?
to say?
Yeah, it's very funny to me.
Yeah.
That's what I always think when I see those. I don't know what to call this. There's a whole group of concept artists and ZBrush sculptors that do like weird, like alien looking creatures with hyper extended, like skinny limbs and like. There's no like rhyme or reason to any of the anatomy. They're just like
Yeah.
kind of like cool shapes and like I'm not saying the designs are bad. They're cool designs, but I can tell clearly that they're like I don't really know what to do. They're just like I'm just trying to find a cool shape. Like they're just kind of winging it and finding a cool thing in the process, which is totally valid. I'm not saying it's not valid, but I know exactly what they're feeling when they go through it because I feel it every time I draw.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I found the drawing.
Oh yeah, I want to see this. This was your drawing you did on your trip, yeah?
European. No, after.
Is it okay if I share it or no?
Yeah, of course.
Cool. Let me send it over.
So that's kind of like on the left, on the right. It's where I want to go.
Give me 1 second.
It's also the stuff that gave me a lot of grief being here because it's those like dry branches and like the lack of leaves and everything, and that felt like very ugly to me, being outside and everything. And then on that trip everything formed into like beautiful patterns, beautiful circular patterns. And after that all I did is like taking photos of dry branches and stuff.
That's so funny.
Yeah.
Let me see if I got it.
Like basically this turned into that drawing.
Oh,
God,
cool.
that's a heavy photo.
This is kind of Hellraiser.
Yeah.
Yeah, this could be a Cenobite for sure.
Yeah, like all of that, you see like that circular stuff. You can imagine like that
Yeah.
photo plus the mushrooms that turns into
Oh
that
yeah, okay. Yeah. Damn. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I wasn't able to do the sculpture that kind of translates very well as this drawing because it felt like a bit I don't know, didn't get that same feel, but
Right.
still kind of like release it. But in the next ones, I think I got the feeling that I want to have.
Because it has to be like from that exact angle for all the shapes to work. Like
Yeah, exactly.
rendering something like that in 3D kind of sounds like a nightmare. Because you want it to look like this from this angle. So like having it turn towards you, I don't even know. Like rotating this in my mind is like breaking my brain.
Yeah.
The spine thing's really cool. I like that a lot.
Yeah, it's like the next one that I did like a little bit after to get that feeling.
Dang.
So I'm gonna do that. Yeah. I
Yeah.
also realized like I'm really interested in sculpting clothes.
Mm.
That I really didn't want to do before.
What kind of clothes?
Let me send you refs. Very sculptural. Um, it's more of a, instead of focusing a lot on the clothes themselves, it's actually like making the primary shape
Mm-hmm.
and working with that. So, like that thing.
Can you take a look?
Yeah, it's just simple sculpture from I
Oh,
don't know what century.
I think it's asking me to log into Pinterest.
Oh, okay, let me copy.
Whenever your work dies down, I'm absolutely commissioning you.
Yeah, right now I'm working with my good friend on like a fashion collection. Can share more details, and
That's
then
cool.
we're gonna let's see like how that works.
This is awesome, by the way. I don't know what you would call this, but this is super. I love the texture.
Yeah, it's like some old. I'm not even sure like from who and
What does it
which
remind
century.
me of? What is it reminding me of? It's reminding me of something. Hold on. I'm going to do a poll and see if I'm right.
Maybe pre-Islamic stuff.
Yeah! I found it. First try. Hell yeah. Hold on. I'm going to copy this and send it to you. I'll put it on screen too. I was like, what is this reminding me of? Reminds me of this from Twilight Princess.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, that little Yeti
Damn.
girl. The little Yeti girl. Yeah.
Yeah, Zelda uses
yeah.
a lot of like cultural references. The
Yeah.
Breath of the Wild was the first one that I played, and you enter that dungeon of the ancients, and that dungeon is Jomon culture from Japan.
Yes. Yeah, all the cool like it's
Yeah.
like pottery, right? Like all the
Yeah.
the guardians.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With
That's
like
super
swirly
cool.
patterns that like forces of nature that
Ceramic.
symbolize force.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So cool.
And I just started the new one, and new one is Chinese.
The new
Definitely,
one's
like, close to that.
yeah, the
Throwback
Zonai
stuff.
culture they did is super Chinese.
Yeah.
The new one's great. Have you been enjoying it?
I just played a little bit of that, so I wanna. I'm like, cannot play multiple games at one time.
I'm the same way. I gotta play a game for like a week and then put it down. Like if I can't beat it in like 10 days max, I don't even try.
Yeah, I play just like an hour a day. It's fine. It's comforting to have something to play, like, and not search for new stuff. Like, okay, I want to enjoy myself a little bit. Boom, Dark Souls is there. Play like, put the timer if it's too late, and then
Dude, I'm so mad you can't play Bloodborne.
Yeah, I need to play it. Yeah, after all of that, it's like it's just like I'm on the kind of turning point of my life because me and my friend were finishing the stuff up, and then I don't know where the life is gonna take me, and then in any scenario I would be trying to move to Europe, it's like either France on talent visa or like to
Mhm.
Netherlands with my friend. So,
I mean, you could absolutely get a talent visa. Where do you want to go?
well, Europe and well, the France and Netherlands sound pretty good.
Yeah.
Uh, US, I sent the application for a green card, but
Cool.
it's like a lottery. But I'm a bit afraid of US, like
Uh,
with the whole healthcare system. And,
yes, that is tricky. I don't know how it works
yeah,
for I don't know how it works for foreign nationals. I have no idea.
yeah, and then plus like car-centric cities as well. It's
Yeah.
stuff
What city would you want to check out?
in US.
Yeah.
Well, I like, like in our country, everything is was kind of connected to US
Mhm.
after the collapse of Soviet Union. So we had like a military base. I encountered a lot of people from US, and it seems like every time I saw the pictures of East Coast,
Sure.
and my dad went on like in the 90s to New York, so I like to see like all the Art Deco stuff,
Sure.
and I think East Coast looks pretty cozy
Well,
with
I'm
all the.
I'm 3 hours from New York,
Hell yeah.
and I have a cabin up in the mountains in New Hampshire. So if you ever come to the States, let me know. You and your
That'd
wife
be
can
sweet.
crash. You and your wife can crash here, or go stay at the cabin, or yeah, drive down to New York. Yeah, East Coast is pretty good.
Oh, that's awesome. Thank you so much.
Of course, man. Yeah, you should come check it out.
Yeah.
Would you want to work for a company here, or try to move here full time, or like what kind of plan?
Yeah, well, that one I don't know. Like the whole reason is that, I also like fashion, but there is also an opportunity to um, with my friend to because he works in tech and then the salaries are like double what's in games and in film.
Hmm.
And then if you kind of go into that like independent kind of founders
Hmm.
of studios and stuff, you can get even better deal with that.
You'd have
And
to
fashion is also kind of
yeah.
adjacent.
New York would be a good spot for the fashion stuff for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Another person whose work you
So,
remind me of a little bit is are you familiar with Emerson Tung?
Emerson Tong, the mech
Yeah,
person.
he did a lot of did you play the new Doom games like Doom Eternal and Doom 2016?
I played a little bit, yeah, but I saw the designs and the
Yeah.
demons looked very,
The Angels
very
remind me
cool.
a lot of your work actually. The Angels in
Mm-hmm.
Doom Eternal, the maker, Emerson designed a lot of that shit. All the
Yeah, it would be cool.
yeah,
Yeah.
all the architecture and like their version of heaven and stuff reminds me a ton of your stuff. Like you might be a good fit at id, but then they're in Texas. It's not East Coast,
Mm,
but yeah, I could see you working at id
yeah.
easily.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm looking at his stuff. That definitely I could do some of that.
Yeah,
And then also
the
Bungie with
environments.
Destiny.
Yeah, yeah,
I
you'd
think
be
I
cool
would
for
also.
Destiny. You could design some really cool armor for that.
Yeah. I like know a little bit of insider info, so I don't know like the direction that they're
Sure.
gonna take because like they released new marathon game,
Mm-hmm.
and I worked on some of the stuff on there, and then even that changed a little bit.
Right.
And marathon, like I worked with Joseph Cross, and then he said like they're leaning into that hard sci-fi territory,
Right.
and Destiny's kind of space opera, so
Right.
yeah, I don't know. So yeah,
Yeah, I could see you
not
doing a
sure
bunch of
where
stuff.
life takes me, but
Well, if you ever want to come check out the U.S. and just see where you want to, I don't know, maybe be, feel free to let me
Mhm.
know. Happy to help out.
Oh, thank you so much. That means a lot.
No
Yeah.
problem, man.
There's not much stuff in our part of the globe, but if you will come
I
to
mean,
Uzbekistan, I'll fly to Uzbekistan.
based on the buildings you
And then,
showed me in Uzbekistan, I'd kind of love to see those. That Islamic architecture shit was beautiful.
yeah, it's pretty sweet.
That shit was great. I don't know anything about
Great.
Uzbekistan, so I have to look it up later.
Yeah, it's like they have all of that stuff more developed because they're like more of a agricultural society,
Sure.
and then like Mongolians, Kazakh, Kyrgyz, kind of more nomadic stuff. So
Sure.
like I'm looking basically like a pretty Mongolian looking dude, and then we have like those yurt, portable houses, and all that.
Oh,
So
sure,
a
sure.
lot of stuff is in like all the culture is like in ornamentation.
Okay.
So the ornaments are pretty sweet.
I mean, I'm a pretty big fan of ornamentation.
Yep, I can see
If you
that.
can't
Stuff is
tell
beautiful.
from me of fucking endless rendering, Jesus Christ. I want to switch over to my skeleton guy so bad. My little skeleton pope. I want to paint him so badly. But I can't. I can't.
Yeah, you're doing the Rykard now? Or...
I'm doing Rykard now, yeah.
Okay,
Doing Rykard. He's close. I'd say we're like 80% done. We're getting there.
You're actually so fast.
I am not fat. What are you talking about,
Really?
dude? I'm like the slowest
That
painter I
Genovo is
know,
so
dude. Oh, okay. That was an experiment. Yeah, 2
Oh,
weeks, 10 days on that. That
Yeah.
So that was an experiment to see if I could, if I don't do these big pieces with like 30 fucking things in them, like this one, if I do like, here's a vignette design, how fast can I get it done? That was like a test for speed, and I was very surprised. I was shocked.
Mm.
Because if I wasn't streaming, that Genova would have everything. And they were like, okay, because some of it's NDA with
Oh,
third.
it's a client work. This one's not.
This one, yeah, this one's for. Well, this is my design. They didn't commission this. They were like, come up with something cool for Elden Ring, so I designed it.
Ah.
The other ones I did, like the one with the knight guy, those that was collaborative, where I did sketches and they gave feedback and I changed it. Like those were like push and pull. But this one's just 100% my thing. But
Mhm.
yeah, I don't know. I just told them like, let me stream it and I can get work done faster because I can focus more and I won't be like constantly jumping between multiple things. And I think they're gonna check with some clients like Square Enix and stuff to see if they're okay with me sharing work. But for the stuff I'm doing for them directly, it seems like I have the green light to stream everything, so that's good. I've got at least 6 months of streaming in unfinished work I can do, so that's good.
Mhm.
But yeah, so I don't know.
That's awesome.
I probably have some kind of ADHD or
awesome.
something. I never got it diagnosed.
I diagnosed I have ADHD, but there's
Yeah.
no meds here.
Oh man.
Yeah, there's like we don't have those strong ones, Ritalin and Adderall.
I'm pretty sure
And
there's none
we have,
here
like-
either. Yeah.
Oh, really?
I think we have like a nationwide
everybody buys
shortage. Yeah, they're
Yeah, everybody loves that.
yeah, dude.
Yeah, there's also here's like noradrenaline reuptake inhibitors here, and
Okay.
it basically raises your noradrenaline, and then this way you become focused. It's the first time I felt like, okay, I
Oh.
can sit and don't do anything. It felt very nice, but the problem is that when your noradrenaline is raised, your blood from your stomach, it's not like floating all the way there because your body thinks it's like fighting for its life.
So what does that do? What is that like? What kind of side effects
You
does that
can't
cause?
go to toilet. That's the thing.
Oh, it
It's like
constipates you. Oh, it's holding on to.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
damn.
It's insane.
Jeez.
It's like up to a point where like some weird white stuff comes out. Sorry
Oh
for the details.
no, you're good. You're good.
Yeah, and then so I'm not taking that, so I'm just doing planning and then like to 30 minutes, you know, like in 30 minutes I have to do this. So very short one because like your frontal lobe cannot think far away, so you have to do like very short plans. So
I think one of the funniest things when I built this house and I moved here, in my old apartment in Rhode Island, every morning I would just get sick. I get sick all the time. I just got like every day, and I was like, it's either my diet or I'm allergic to something. I didn't know what it was. I get it checked out with doctors and stuff, and I was like, I'm like throwing up and shitting every day, and it's fucking horrible. And then I moved here, and it just stopped. And I'm like, it had to be like the water or like something I was breathing. Like it had to be something in that apartment because I came here and I didn't have like anything. I didn't have any like movement for like for like 3 days, and I was like, "What is happening?" I was like, "This is insane." Like my body's not purging everything constantly, and I've been living like that for like years, and I had no idea what the fuck was causing it. And I think it was just the apartment.
Probably mold or something like that.
When we moved out, it's funny you say that. When we moved out and I cleaned out the closet, in the space between my ceiling and the second floor, there was a giant area of black mold,
Oh yeah.
and I don't know how long I was inhaling it. I have no idea if I was or not, but the closet was full of it up in the ceiling,
Oh my god.
and I was like, oh boy. But yeah, no, I moved here and I feel like healthier than I've felt in years, and I'm like not sick all the time, and it's great.
Oh, that's great.
I'm definitely lactose intolerant. I learned that in life way too late, but yeah.
Damn.
I used to think everything made
Yeah.
me sick. Now it's just cheese. I guess that's a win.
Yeah, it's hard to live without lactose products.
It sucks. Now it's just
Yeah,
cream.
it's very terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we have like all of that sour stuff, like sour milk, and then like we have like kind of dried Greek yogurt type of thing.
I don't.
And
What is
then
dried
like
Greek yogurt?
it tastes kind of like super sour, super salty Greek yogurt,
Like sour
but it's
cream?
dried.
Almost?
Yeah, it's called kurut, Kurut, and it's like
I'm wondering if it.
just like
URUT?
white balls. Hmm?
URUT? Is that what it is?
Yeah, Kurut.
KURUT. Kurut. Oh!
It's like that white stuff.
A
it's
range
like
of dairy
dried-
products, popular military cuisine, Caucasian Central Asian, made from strained yogurt, drained buttermilk, drained sour milk, shaping it and letting it drain. Oh man, okay.
Yeah, it's like half of it is protein. It's pretty.
That looks
nice.
pretty good, honestly. It sounds like it might taste kind of like the closest thing we have here is like ranch powder. Like I don't even know what to call it.
Oh, I never tried it. Yeah.
It's like onion powder, garlic powder, but mixed with like dehydrated milk.
That sounds nice.
Yeah, that's funny. I'm not keeping you, right? I don't want to like. You're not like.
No, well, I think I'll. It's 3 a.m.
Oh shit! Is
It's
that
fine.
normal? Is that normal for you, or are you pushing it?
Recently, yeah.
Okay.
Recently, yeah. I think I'll go maybe like in 5-10 minutes.
Sure, man. Well, if you're ever busy working and you need a distraction or someone to talk to, you have my Discord now. You can always hop on.
Of course. I can do it like over the weekend or
Yeah,
something
yeah.
like that. That'd be
We'll
nice.
talk
We can
about
do
more shit.
ZBrush. Yep.
Yes, we will
That's some
schedule a
cool art.
ZBrush thing. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of these days, or like whenever you're feeling like uninspired or you need a break or something, let me know and we'll go down a Google hole together and we'll find cool
Oh,
art.
hell yeah.
We'll just share references. It'll be great.
That'd be amazing.
We should start a podcast called Have You Seen? Where we just bring on artists and like, have you seen this guy's work? And just like share have you seen this from this is so good. Have you seen this movie? It's great.
That sounds an interesting idea. You
Yeah.
wanted to do something with Dave where you guys analyze stuff, right?
Oh yeah, we talked forever ago. We had this idea of doing a podcast where we just look at things we like in like media and break down all the influences that are behind them. It's sort of like the everything is a remix idea of like
Mm-hmm.
here's this game and today we're going to talk about this game for 2 hours and we're going to go through all of the things that this game is referencing and pulling from and look at all the source material and like yeah, just like I don't know, to like normalize the idea that originality in quotations is like not something achievable necessarily. Like the metaphor I use is always there's no original ingredients, there's only original recipes.
Mm-hmm.
Like all the ingredients are out there. You're not going to find a new ingredient. It's going to be the same spices, the same meats, the same cheeses, but you can make a new recipe out of those things. Like original art, you're not going to have an original idea. It's not possible because the way brains think is a combination of seeing, observing, manipulating, transforming. But like you can think of a mixture of things that are mixed in a certain way that's never been done before. And that's like
Yeah.
that's originality basically, but I feel like lots of people have cool ideas they want to do and they get like analysis paralysis because they're like, well, it's not original enough. I got to make it more original. And it's like, no. All the original things that people like are not original, like Star Wars and Bloodborne and shit. Like all the really cool original things, and all of them are derivative.
Mhm.
But it's just they hide it.
Yeah.
They hide it really well.
Yeah, something like truly original is probably non-relatable even, you know?
Yeah, it wouldn't
It's
even
almost like that.
yeah,
Yeah.
it wouldn't work. It wouldn't be
Yeah, it's,
popular. Yeah.
yeah, it's like almost that postmodern maybe comes from fine art, you know, where you
Yeah.
have to, where it's so focused on newness, it kind of forgets about like eternal stuff.
Yeah, like relatability and understandability
Yeah.
and shit. But like
Yeah.
all of the most popular original ideas like are things that are like a combination of 3 or 4 other things that came before it, just mixed in a cool way that hadn't been seen before.
Yeah.
I'd like
yeah.
I'd like to emphasize that more. But
Yeah, that'd be a cool show.
that'd be fun.
You'll have a lot of views.
That'd be a fun. Be better as like a YouTube series, but I don't have time to edit. I don't have time to make polished videos, so it's just gonna be us
Yeah,
talking.
you can hire. You can hire.
That's true.
You know, like Corridor Digital, they like I used to watch them before, like were into AI stuff.
Yeah, they
They
lost some
yeah
followers. Yeah,
yeah, and then you know they would kind of explain to layman that what's going on here and there, and like what's actually difficult to do, and then people I think have that newfound appreciation for
I don't
VFX, and I think
know.
for art maybe.
I don't know why they released that thing that sampled Vampire Hunter D, that like rock paper scissors thing. I was like, this
I
doesn't look.
don't know.
Number one, ethically, it's like dog shit. Number two, it looks bad, guys. Like it doesn't look
Yeah,
great. Like I don't know, but
yeah. Well, it's probably like techno-centric, you know, stuff
true,
where everything that comes, all the new technologies are good
right?
to people, you know, that's like overly enthusiastic about the future people. So maybe.
I'm assuming the big breakthrough for that type of stuff is going to be people drawing the beginning of an animation and the end of an animation, and then the AI is going to plug in all the frames in between.
Yeah.
I'm guessing it's going to probably be keyframe stuff, but like, yeah, that animation they did, like, I'd understand if it looked like an anime and it looked really drawn and cool, but it just didn't. I'm like, I don't know why you guys are
Yeah.
you guys are sacrificing so many followers for this thing that isn't even good.
Yeah, and that whole spiel of like, oh, this democratization of art.
Nope.
And he would like say democratization.
Nope.
It's like, oh no.
That's a cool
I
spin.
I really don't like when people like hide behind like moral virtues, but then
No,
they
me
actually
neither.
like do that stuff. They could say like, well, we don't care, you know, it's like
Yeah.
it's tech.
I
That's it. But
democratized somebody else's hard work.
yeah, it's AI stuff.
It's very
It's
Rob.
actually also one of the reasons, yeah, why I don't post it. Kind of like, ugh, got a bit
It's not theft.
sad.
It's redistribution. It's not theft.
Yeah, you posted online anyways.
I'm assuming that's what got my Twitter stolen. When I got hacked, I still don't have access to it, but I think it was
Oh,
during all the AI craziness. I think somebody targeted it because I was fighting with people.
oh damn.
I know it sucks. Hopefully, I get it back someday, but I don't know. We'll see.
You have two-factor authentication.
I did, and I don't
Oh,
know. I don't know how they got around it. I don't know. I got the warning email, and it said someone's logging into your account in London. And in the 2 seconds it took me to open my email and block it, they had already changed the permissions stuff to their email, and then they locked me out of the password. And then, yeah, and then it was right around the time Elon was buying the site, so I can't. He fired all the customer service people, and I like can't.
mm,
I just can't get anybody to look at my request ticket.
oh,
Yeah,
damn it.
it's a fucking bummer, dude. I had like 12,000
Yeah, it is
followers.
a bummer.
I was like, Jesus
It
Christ.
is a bummer.
Yeah. So I'm over here.
Well, I hope you'll get it back because
We'll see.
It's a lot of cool. I would be sad about losing my bookmarks.
I know, and
cool
I had a lot
stuff.
of friends that I talked to exclusively on Twitter too, and also like we'd have a lot more people, listening to you talk right now if I could promote streams, but yeah. But anyway, I want to end this on something about you since I know you have to go, and you are my guest, and it's a pleasure to talk to you.
Thank you so much. Well, I don't
Let's
know
think.
what thing to end.
Tell me about the next piece you have in your head that you're thinking you're gonna do for personal stuff, and what makes you excited about it.
Oh yeah. I think I was. I want to do like a. I have that thing that I wanna. I had that design philosophy in a lot of my works where I kind of take a skin of one thing and put it over the other thing. It's like, okay, I'm doing like a carapace type of stuff, and then let me put it over the anatomy, and then like get some creative stuff in that way. But I think with the new piece, I want to do like a simpler thing. It's like a little girl that holds a leaf that's blooming, and then she sits near tree stumps.
Cool.
And then I would stylize the way the bark looks, and then the way the leaf in her hand, and she would also have like some, I don't know, like sculpted drapery, very, like those dolls of Japanese emperors where they have like a big
Yes.
volume, like big primary shape volume, and then it's like it's gonna be like her head, and then little arms sticking out, and then the little leaf.
That sounds
And
cool.
after skiing, like I was riding in a bus, I just felt like I had the sad. Well, whenever something happy happens to me, I would be very sad that this happiness will end.
Yeah.
And that kind of thought is ridiculous, like,
It's
oh, you have
ridiculous.
sunny
Yeah.
weather, but
Yep.
yeah, you're worried about that's gonna rain.
It'll
one
be
day,
cloudy.
like-
It's the Eeyore. I don't know if you ever watched any Winnie the Pooh when you were a kid. It's the Eeyore syndrome.
Oh, really?
My family always calls me
Haven't seen
Eeyore
it.
because when it's sunny, you go, that just means it'll be cloudy tomorrow. It's just like you can't enjoy anything. It's impossible. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
And then I wanted to like more of a thing that's where you savor the moment and kind of not really savor, but like be in it, because I think at the time I was meditating quite a bit. I do like now.
So you're doing a
And-
sculpture of a nice moment, so you can look at the sculpture and savor it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it also kind of plays around, because sometimes in like modern stuff, you have a paint, that kind of a feeling like you have a painting, but then like, what if it was animation? And then if you do this animation, oh, what if it was a movie? And what if the sculpture was moving? It's
Yep.
like always
Feature creep.
and then yeah, and then I want to do something that's kind of plays on its stillness.
I like that a
and use
lot.
it as a plus. Yeah. So.
Yeah. Yep. Find the strengths.
But yeah, hopefully I'll make it soon. It takes a while.
I'm excited to see it. I'm
Thank
very
you.
excited to see it. Well, this has been wonderful.
Yep.
Thank you for coming on and talking with me and being open about your creative process. This was lovely.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think one of the reasons why I was open, because I was listening to you for a long time, and I was relating to a lot of things for a long time. So I'm so happy to finally talk to you.
Yeah, man, this
It's
has been
amazing.
awesome.
And your secret request on it. Makes me
Yeah.
smile.
We'll
It's
share that
awesome.
with Chad at a later date. When it's done, we'll show you the secret
Yep.
request. But yeah, we'll do this again sometime. This was great. And if you want to shout out where people can see your stuff, go ahead.
I was just
and-
on Instagram. On Instagram for now, I have Kara.app. I can Kara.
Yeah, throw it in chat for people watching on demand.
don't remember if I heard. Oh yeah, yeah. So my portfolio here. So 10 people follow me. Oh no, 186. Maybe I'll sometime later I'll put it on ArtStation, some of the stuff. But for
Hmm.
now it's here and on Instagram. Well, I think I have a pretty complicated name, so it's type it, you'll find it.
There you
Google will
go.
correct it.
Type it,
But
find it, chat.
yep.
Do you prefer arson or
Yeah,
arson or arson?
it's Arsen, yeah.
Arson? Well,
Yep.
Arson, this was lovely. Chat, I'm probably going to hop off and eat something. It's been 5 hours. I'll come back. We'll do another 3 or 4 hour stream after the break. If you've been sitting this whole time, go stretch, walk around, do something. If it's sunny, enjoy the sun, drink some water. And yeah, hope everybody's having a lovely afternoon. But thanks again, Arson.
Thank you.
See you, buddy.
See you, man. Bye bye.
Bye. Wasn't that lovely, chat? Wasn't that just a lovely conversation? That was very nice. That was a good time. It was a very good time. I'm going to get off of here for a bit. I'll be back. I'll be back in like an hour probably, maybe a little less. I just gotta eat. I gotta eat. And I gotta go for a quick walk, stretch my legs, take my dog out, that kind of thing. And then I'll be back and we will finish up this blade and probably this chain and call this thing a wrap when we're done with that whole section. But love y'all. See you soon.